you. Good to be back. You know, it was fine. Really, there was a lot of walking, but we. Joining us today, it is Tuesday, September 27th. You've tuned into the Board of County Commissioners meeting. It's just about 10:05, and the first item we are going to discuss this morning is the telecommunications update. John, if you'd like to introduce this or take it away, let us know what's going on.
We're going to have Jeff and Drew come on, who prepared this for us.
Okay.
You guys want to introduce themselves?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Kruger, Communications Manager for Pitkin County.
And I'm Drew Peterson, Communications Project Engineer for Pitkin County.
Thank you. Please begin.
We do have some slides if you want to move over a little bit, Rachel.
Okay. Well, the audience can see them.
Okay.
Direct.
And first of all, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak here today. I missed the last couple of sessions, and I also want to thank Drew Peterson for filling in for me on these last couple of times. I was a little bit preoccupied with the dispatch move and the jail flooding.
And thank you for that preoccupation.
Starting on August 25th, and so I could not attend these meetings the last couple of sessions.
John has given us your excuses, and we've granted them. Great respect.
Just to give you a quick update on the dispatch center, I'm not sure how much you were informed, but we did move on August 25th as a result of the flood at the jail. What was originally planned to be a 3-day effort took about a day and a half unplanned. So I'm not sure why planning really works sometimes. But we did move 28 days ahead of schedule. We were partially operational on 4 consoles as of the 2nd day. This could not have happened the day before. There were literally a few events that took place the day before that allowed us to move. One was completing the radio installation, another was completing the facility grounding, and another was completing the 911 phone gateways for a backup system to Vail. As a part of this effort, the county is now fully connected to the DTR system. This is a first for county. Pitkin County is one of the last remaining counties to connect to DTR. We can now communicate with state troopers. We can communicate with neighboring counties. We can communicate with state dispatch. This is a really good thing. There still was a lot to do after the 25th and 26th move. Some of the equipment was not damaged at the jail. We waited on that for another opportunity to move. One of those items was the 911 phone system. And because of the jail damage, there was actually quite a lot of equipment that we had to replace. We had to expedite that equipment and then quickly install it back in the jail. We are working post-cutover action items. We have about 90 action items, which we've worked off about 70 of those. We also have some contractor punch lists. So the dispatch center is not fully operational, but we're very close. And I anticipate that we should have the majority of the action items completed this week, as well as contractor punch list items completed the following week. And I just want to give a big thank you to our team for all their dedication and support during this effort. There were very long days, long hours over the last month, including weekends, to get this done.
We thank you guys for
Greatly
work,
appreciate it, and the public appreciates that. I mean, that's a series of events that it's amazing how they lined up.
Right, you're right. And this is just a couple of pictures of the, we have 2 pallets of equipment that were damaged from the flood in the jail. On the left, there's other equipment that has not been pulled out, so there was a lot of equipment damaged. And on the very right is a picture of our very first console that was operational on the 25th. We took our first 911 call at about 9 p.m.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming.
I want to briefly talk about grants. So we completed a Department of Homeland Security grant. This was for a microwave link that was to from Sunlight to Elephant. Its purpose is to improve communications through the Crystal River Valley to Redstone and Marble. The award was granted. It was for $30K. It does not cover the entire link, obviously, but it's something, and we'll take it.
Yeah, that's great.
Another one that we just completed is for DOLA, and that proposal was submitted this September. It's for broadband and public safety infrastructure. The purpose of this grant is going to allow us, assuming we win, would allow us to add Frying Pan, which are 2 sites, Red Hill and Thomasville, and to move those up 1 year in advance. So this would be a great win if we could get this. The total request is for $897K. There's a 50% matching fund, which translator would make up the other 50%. Award for this is anticipated in April. I do want to thank Kara for really developing this proposal and leading this effort. She did an outstanding job. We made the decision about 2 weeks in advance of this proposal, and she literally burned the midnight oil to get this done. It was quite an achievement.
Well, and, Tracer, and so you know, I've been running into Greg Winkler from DOLA a lot lately, and he's really excited about what Pickett County is doing over here, and he's a huge support system for us. So whenever I run into him at Northwest Council of Colorado Council of Governments, we always touch base on what's happening. So it's really good for us to have him helping us out.
Yeah, great.
Jeff, on the microwave link for Redstone and Marble, Redstone, that's going to be taken off of Elephant Hill, or is it, how's that work? How will that work?
It's from Sunlight to Elephant, yes.
It's from Sunlight.
Mm-hmm. The actual proposal was to go all the way to McClure, and McClure site is not going to happen in 2017. That's still, there's still issues associated with that site from the U.S. Forest Service, and the soonest that site will happen is 2018. So we're going to apply that grant money towards the Sunlight to Elephant link only.
So will that potentially have the ability to provide better cellular service as well as broadband if we get a provider?
Absolutely, yes.
And so we've got...
It's a high-capacity microwave link that will feed off of our loop from Sunlight.
So how does that work with the RFPs? I know staff has issued RFPs for some of these new tower sites. Have they gotten any responses yet in terms of
This
providers?
is not an RFP for site infrastructure. It's the microwave equipment only. So it's the dish and the corresponding radio that's associated with it. It's not the tower and it's not the building. The tower and the building infrastructure is being funded for Elephant under the Translator Fund, and that has been budgeted for next year.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Steve?
If and when the McClure Pass site is developed, then would the link come from the Elephant Hill to there?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So this is a necessary part.
This is a necessary
doing that.
part to reach Marble.
Okay.
Yes.
Please continue.
Okay. And Drew's going to go ahead and finish up and talk about the tower projects right now.
Yep. So as the board is aware and the public, we are assembling sites to complete the DTR loop that we have talked about throughout the county. The 3 sites are at Loge at the top of Aspen Highlands. The town of Snowmass Village is another tower but not part of that loop, and Williams Hill. As mentioned in the previous review of our projects, the Loge platform is fully assembled. You can see it there on the right. We've contracted out for our contractor to lay down conduit and cabling and do all the grounding work, so we'll be able to install our antennas and proceed. The town of Snowmass Village monopole has also been fully assembled and is erect behind the town hall. You can drive by and see it, and we have pictures and slides up ahead. The shelter is going to happen sometime in the end of this year or beginning of 2017. The Williams Tower steel has also been delivered and partially assembled. There will be outages from the Williams Hill site when we do get our building delivered and installed during our transition period. We're anticipating that to be mid-October, at which point we'll have Rise Broadband, the FAA, and all the translator gear be transitioning to the new building. We anticipate hopefully Rise Broadband shouldn't have an outage of more than a day. They should be notifying all of their customers. We will post all the outage dates online. The affected areas are Woody Creek, Snowmass Creek, and Capitol Creek. And for some pictures, here's the Loge platform once again. This picture on the right you saw before. There's another view on the left of where our conduit is going to be placed. There is currently conduit there leading up to the guide wire tower that still is on top of the peak, but that will be removed upon completion of the project and installation of our new antennas.
And that conduit will be buried?
No, it'll be above ground conduit.
It'll be above ground, and then anticipating that the snows will cover it, it doesn't have any ability for folks to get tangled up in it or anything?
Correct. It's a pretty large conduit, so it's not something that is a trip hazard. It's well protected and will be two large 12-inch diameter conduits heading up the hill. It was approved by the Forest Service. It'll be black in color and should not be a hazard to anybody. It'll be much safer than the current conduit, which is just PVC pipe that you could easily trip on. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Here's Town of Snowmass Village Tower. On the left, you can see the tower from behind the building.
Picture.
And on the right, you can see what it looks like from the front. If I had looked at it and not known it was there, I would have just thought it was a smokestack. So it's not very noticeable, but
That part of the building.
there it is, nice and simple.
Nice.
We painted bronze.
And Williams Hill, here just a couple pictures. They've partially assembled the 60-foot tower. The 40-foot tower is on the right, and you can see the building foundation in the middle.
You guys are doing an amazing job advancing the broadband project. I mean, I know the full team's not here, a lot of people working with you and Kara and others, but from when we made our decision as that plan was presented to us not long ago this year to this level of implementation is really something to be applauded. And on top of some of the other issues you've dealt with. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And next year's going to look easy, right?
Yeah. Nice and smooth. Cross your fingers.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
thanks, guys.
So there's no new questions or anything for us?
No, I'm
Yeah,
good.
this is really, these are kind of our open discussion updates and such. If we have decision points, we like to note those ahead of time. We'll do a formal work session with you guys.
Well, just let us know if there's any other support you need in this project. We're all ears.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Rich Engelhardt. I'm the Chief Operations Officer, and I'm sure you're used to seeing somebody much different giving a facilities update. But Jody sends her apologies. She's doing a pre-construction walkthrough this morning. So I had volunteered to give me a chance to talk to you a little bit about kind of the transition and what's happening with internal services. And then Jody sent an email, and I can certainly go over the specifics for facilities. So. As far as transition goes, the county manager, Mr. Peacock, had set up a plan of transitioning, smoothly, I guess, or taking our time to transition our departments. And but upon my arrival in the first part of August, the first one that we did transition was finance. And with the pressures with budget and Connie and trying to do the finance position along with the budget director's position, we felt the need to really kind of pick that up and see what we could do to assist. And since that time, we have hired 2 positions that the commissioners have approved. That was a finance director, and she's going to be starting the 17th of October. And then on the 10th of October, we've hired a controller. And so those positions should greatly help us in just our flow of our work and trying to give some relief to the budget side of things. So that's moving along very well. So facilities has also transitioned, and we made that transition September 12th. So those 2 departments have moved over out of the direct supervision of the county manager and the assistant county manager now. And then on slate is HR, which will take place October 10th. And then the last one is BITS, and October 24th we'll make that formal transition. But during that time, I've been meeting with those departments and getting a feel for their operations and really finding out where the challenges are and where opportunities are. And then I've also set up meetings with the manager's direct reports and also the electeds, and talk to them about how internal services could help support them and see what we can do to make their lives better. So it's a learning experience for me. In fact, the traffic is a learning experience for me, as noted this morning, and I apologize for not making it up here on time. But the transition's going well. I've got to tell you, there are some great employees in this organization, and they feel very supported by you as commissioners, so it's fun to be a part of. So, but with that, let me dive a little bit into the specifics of facilities, so I can update you on what's happening there. So, as you see, the work that's happening kind of behind the courthouse and around the front of the building is the work of the city's utilities relocation project. And it's really, as far as our part goes, it's moving the low voltage lines out of the old alley. And that work is slated to be completed by the end of October. The abatement for the old building has been awarded, and that work should begin in a few weeks.
And the abatement is asbestos
for asbestos,
removal,
yes, removal out of the old building.
Thank you.
And we're dealing with the utility side of that as far as the water line goes. Just to give you probably a specific here, is that we had to disconnect that and put a different size water line into the building. So we've had discussions on this interim period between the point that we own the building versus when FCI takes it over, having to do with the sprinkler system and recharging that. So we've had some discussions on that with our risk department and our insurance broker. And we decided we'll go ahead and recharge those lines and keep it, keep the fire suppression in line, even though nobody's in there at this point in time until the builder's risk takes over for FCI. And to that point, the manager is expecting a guaranteed maximum price here in the next, by the end of the week, I believe, and then staff will discuss it, and that'll be coming forward to you, commissioners, as far as that contract goes. So. Good news, we were awarded a core grant for $233,500, and it's to go towards one of three projects, or all three, depending on how we work it out in the manager's office. But it's for this plaza project, and then a couple of solar projects related to public works and landfill. And so we'll be coming back to you for that and the use of those funds.
Can I ask a question real quick, Rachel?
Yes, please.
As far as the abatement, due to the massive construction at the front of the building, they'll have access through the rear, through the parking lot to do all the abatements. So, because that parking lot is still a working parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just thinking about the logistics of how everybody's going to be in that one space together.
Yeah, Dave and Jody spend a ton of time on logistics and trying to manage this because, again, just the traffic and the backside of the building.
Right.
And I was, I shouldn't say shocked, but was surprised by the size of the hole in front of the building itself, you know, to relocate that water line. But it's all part of the project. So,
Okay.
But yes.
Thank you.
You bet. Let's see. The IGA is coming to you tomorrow for presentation with the city that has been discussed on the managers. Brought you up to speed on that. And then the visioning team, which was the team that was set up to kind of discuss the new building, components within the building, the look and the feel, so to speak. They took a trip to Denver and took a look at furniture and just the components and how it operates and just some ideas that they could bring back to the organization. So I believe John met with them yesterday in a debrief, and they're going to make a formal presentation to the team, the oversight team, that will then wrestle with those kind of discussions. But they have a budget to work within, and the exciting thing is that the employees are so engaged in this project, and they get an opportunity to really give some input to that. So.
I think that's important. You know, you just can't tell from a catalog.
You can't.
You
no.
know what it's really going to look like, feel like.
Yeah, and there's so many different components. As you know, there's a real effort to try to departmentalize, I guess, so to speak, with walls and using the section type furniture. That was one of the areas that they were going to go and look at as well. And we've seen it operate actually really well in Basalt with this move. We're all kind of there together, but it gives you an opportunity to really work from your stations, but to be a part and integrate together. So it's worked out really well. So, but Madam Chair, that's it as far as the facility update goes. I'd answer any questions, or manager, if I've missed anything.
Any board questions? Essentially, we're on schedule. For the
yes. Yeah. Yeah. We had a little. I guess not a hiccup, but just a delay in trying to get the guaranteed maximum price, and we're working through that. And but So far, it's looking good.
Steve?
Given the spaghetti-like appearance of all the pipes and conduit and everything in the hole over here, is that going to add additional costs to us? It's like maybe an unexpected complexity to just relocating this stuff behind the courthouse.
You know, I don't know for sure. We can certainly check with Dave, but we were all a little surprised as well, looking at the massive piping through there. Unless you've heard something, manager.
No, Steve, I think these projects we typically budget some contingency in, and so I think we'll need to see what the nature of what needs to be relocated, what's live, what's not, and whether that's going to absorb the contingency on the project or not. And so more to come on that. I think we were a little surprised. I think when we did the locates, we had identified 2 conduits going through that corridor, so I think everyone that's been digging in that hole has been surprised at the messy vitality that actually existed under the ground there. So we'll more to come on that. We haven't gotten any indication of that, but it's certainly something that may drive some scope changes.
Patty?
Well, and speaking of messy vitality in that hole over there, I think the most interesting conduit was the one that was closed off with a sock and duct tape. And I would love to know where that went to or where it's coming from.
So would we.
Very creative plumbing.
Yes,
so
it is.
Yes.
Yeah. You never know what you're going to open up underneath the ground.
It's a good cleanup project.
It did make me smile walking by, yeah.
Okay. Well, if there's no other questions or comments, just keep up the good work and carry
Thanks for
on.
coming
We
up.
appreciate the updates.
You bet. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich.
It's great to have you on board. It really
Thank you.
is.
I appreciate it.
Thanks. We'll now move to the clerk and recorder update.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, lady.
My name is Janice Voss-Caudell, and I'd like to introduce Kelly Nicholas Curry, our election manager for Pitkin County. Okay.
Welcome.
So this is our last installment this month of our 15-minute meeting at a work session with you. And what I thought we'd talk about today is that we've moved, voter registration, but more important, accuracy of our systems and security of our systems. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is last week we conducted our logic and accuracy test. What is that? We bring in judges that help us test all ballots on all equipment for the election coming up to assure that everything is working properly and is accurate. And our judges, working throughout the couple of days that they helped us, asked us about and expressed the importance of accuracy and expressed the importance of our security and what we put into that, and that our community should know this. And it was also brought up at a caucus meeting that I attended, asked specifically to talk a little bit about that. So I wanted to bring that up for the 15 minutes today. So just a reminder that we have moved. We are at 501 East Hyman Avenue. Please be aware that there will be construction in our building the next couple of weeks. They are putting in scaffolding this week. They are removing the glass ceiling in the atrium, and that'll be going on for the next 2 weeks. So I would encourage the community to call or go online to pickandvotes.com versus physically coming down in order to avoid the construction.
And just while you're on those dates, when is the last date for registering to vote in Colorado? Or
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. So Colorado, since 2013, has same-day registration. So anyone who meets the eligibility requirements, which includes living in Colorado for 22 days prior to Election Day, being a U.S. citizen and 18 years or older to vote by Election Day, are eligible to vote up to and on November 8th, which is Election Day. And they can do that in our office, or they can do that at a voter service and polling center. There are some specific cutoffs for if you're trying to register with a paper form or online, but we enfranchise voters to register up to and on Election Day.
okay, and I don't mean to divert from your presentation too much, but you would. When is the last day to become registered in order to receive a mail ballot?
Sure. So the last day that we can mail ballots is October 31st. that will be, mailed through the post office. You can still receive a mail ballot in person by visiting our office or by visiting one of the voter service and polling centers during that time. We just cannot send it through United States Postal Service after the 31st.
All right, thank you. Patty?
And where will the voter service centers be?
Can I talk about that? Sure. So our Voter Service and Polling Center that opens on October 24th is at the Jewish Community Center on 4th and Main here in Aspen. And so that is the center that facilitates early voting from October 24th through Election Day, inclusive of Saturday hours as well. And then 2 other Voter Service and Polling Centers will open, one at the Town of Snowmass Hall, Snowmass Village Town Hall, and one at Grace Church and Emma on Election Day only.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Again, remind people, go to pickandvotes.com to register. A couple of things, heads up. Secretary of State sent out a press release, and we have had a few calls regarding it, but there are robocalls going out, register to vote. But the people are then asking for private information. So be careful regarding the calls you receive, okay? We, the Secretary of State, and we are not reaching out to solicit voter registration by phone. If somebody is and tells you you're not registered or your information's incorrect and proceeds to ask you for your Social Security number or your driver's license or your birth date, do not provide that information. Okay, so there are some robocalls going out. Please be careful. Okay. The other thing we'd like to know that the Voter Participation Center sent out over 250,000 notices to individuals asking them to update their information or register to vote. We had probably 250 in our county. And so heads up with that, that's a legitimate mailing. It might not always be accurate, so go online and check your record at pickandvotes.com.
Rachel, Janice, can we get the local papers to maybe do a press release or something?
Sure.
So that the people
I can forward the press releases
That
to
would be
them.
great if we had some local coverages to both of those, the one that is not legitimate and the one that is legitimate.
Yeah.
Because this is the first I've heard of it. I've kind of been out of the loop, but I think that's key for people. I think that people are really concerned about that.
And we don't know who's making those robocalls, if they are genuinely trying to encourage people to update their registrations, but if we ever request private information in order to look up someone's record, we will have identified ourselves as Pickens County Elections Department, and usually those are incoming calls. We don't.
Right. You don't solicit them outside, but that would be great if we could get local coverage.
There's another mailing that's going out later this week. It's through the ERIC program. ERIC program is through the Secretary of State's office. It's a program created by Pew Foundation 3 or 4 years ago. There are 22 states involved, and at a federal level, they share information, okay? Addresses, deaths, moves, etc. So we know through the ERIC program, the Secretary of State knows who lives in Colorado, is eligible to vote, but perhaps hasn't registered to vote yet. So through the ERIC, through the Secretary of State, they will be sending out over 104,000 postcards this end of this week. That is legitimate. There are over 500 people within our community, Pickens County, that may receive a postcard. Okay, so go online to either Go Votes Colorado or pickandvotes.com and register to vote. Okay.
Janice, are those lists public information? Can they be obtained publicly, or are they private?
We receive requests for voter registration information, yes.
Okay.
We never provide private information.
Of course not, yeah.
But
these
get out the
mailing
vote.
lists that are being sent out would be public information. Right.
So as you know, electioneering, you request lists from us, voter registration lists, and we provide them, and
Good point.
people purchase them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. So the other thing I want to talk about is, but before I move on, I want to give a plug for Colorado. Do you know that Colorado is the #1 state in the United States? Pew Foundation did the review. We have 87% of our eligible population that is registered to vote.
Wow.
We are the #1 state in the United States. Okay?
Nice.
So we work hard to do that. I think the ERIC program has done a great job to initiate that over the last 3 years. So what I want to do is talk to you a little bit about accuracy of the voter registration system. As you know, there was some publicity by Channel 4 the last couple of days about the deceased voters, the 3 deceased voters that voted, and I want to speak to that. Okay. And Rachel, you've asked me questions in the past about voter registration, so I think this goes down that path to answer some of your questions. So
Appreciate the time, and we have a little extra time. We were fast, so.
over the past several years, Colorado has proactively put in new systems, programs, as well as database sources. We've built safeguards in our system through law to make our voter rolls more accurate. Some of those examples are through the Secretary of State working with federal and state departments, and also the Secretary of State working with federal and state organizations not only to update information but to cancel registered voters. And let me go through that. So the Secretary of State works with the Department of Revenue and allows exchange of information with the driver's license division of the Department of Revenue to exchange information. So if I register to vote and I provide my driver's license, it's an accuracy check, all right? Through the Department of Revenue also, there's an agreement with the Federal Commission of Social Security. We work through them. If I register to vote and provide my Social Security number, there's an exchange of information to assure accuracy. So when you register to vote, there is a cross-check for accuracy, knowing that you are a U.S. citizen and that your information is correct. Okay. The Secretary of State also, and this is in the law, this is in state law, the Secretary of State also works with the United States Postal Service monthly to conduct a national change of address search. Okay, and that information is compared, and the information that I just informed you of is all provided through the Secretary of State to each county. And monthly within our offices, we update this information, okay, as provided. In addition, electronically information is provided through the Colorado Criminal Justice System, who tells us which registered electors have been convicted of felons. So we will cancel registrations based on convicted felon record. Also, Colorado State Register of Vital Statistics, and this is very important. The Colorado Vital Statistics provides us a list of who is deceased in Colorado, okay? Not in the United States, not in another country, but in Colorado. So we receive that information from the Secretary of State monthly, and we update our registration record for Pinkett County. In addition, the ERIC program, which I had mentioned earlier, does a scrub monthly and will provide us information on who's moved out of the state or who's moved within the state, etc. So that also is provided for us. So these are our ways that we update, have proactively worked the past several years to put systems in place to assure accuracy in our voter registration rolls. Ultimately, it is each individual's responsibility to go into the record to assure their information is accurate, especially to tell us where to send their ballot. So again, go to pickandvotes.com, review your record, and assure it is accurate, that we will mail your ballot to where you want us to mail your ballot. Okay? So I wanted to talk about that accuracy, but I wanted to also speak to Channel 4's news and the other day. They stated that there are 3 people in the state who were deceased and voted after they were deceased.
And which election were they in? I
can go through that if you want. Keep in mind there are 3,712,000 registered voters in the state of Colorado. Channel 4 investigative reporter evaluated the history from 2001 to 2014. 2001, okay, remember we started there, to 2014. The Secretary of State reviewed that data using the laws that we have to comply with in order to cancel individuals in our state on the record. There were 78 voters that they found. Of the 78 voters they found, 3, and they have been canceled, 3 voter records on file indicated that these individuals voted after they were deceased. Okay. I know that the Secretary of State is pursuing, investigating and pursuing voter fraud. I have no doubt that in the future we will review the laws, state and rule, to look at how we can more aggressively approach this issue to assure or eliminate voter fraud in the future. But you should also know that between 2000 and 2014, in only general elections alone, even years, there are over 15,840,000 plus ballots cast. And of them, 3 votes during that time were cast by a deceased voter. So that goes to your question. There was one in 2004, there was one in 2010, and there one is 2012. So I wanted to give you these statistics to show you the big picture of what's going on and to reassure you that we work hard and vigorously to assure that our rolls are accurate. Okay.
One other thing I would just like to add in canceling deceased voters is that the ERIC service also provides a monthly deceased list that compares to the Social Security Administration file. So we also are receiving national information of voters in Colorado who may now be deceased if they've died in a different state.
And ERIC, I would say the last couple of years, since 2013, has
Now,
been enacted.
I think I've seen this sort of circumstance before, especially because of early voting and voting by mail, where someone has received their ballot and voted on their deathbed, so to speak, and then it's received after they have been deceased or actually just started to be sorted and things like that. Do they have to be alive on Election Day or postmark on the letter, or how is that counted?
Let me give you a hypothetical situation. So let's say we have somebody who lives here but is on the East Coast in the hospital. And we mail them a ballot to the East Coast on October 15th. And they return it on October 25th. We receive it. We stamp it in. We scan it into our system that we've received it. And then we go through a process to compare signature. Signature compares, and we cast that ballot. It's accepted, and we cast it on the 29th because we begin processing mail ballots before Election Day. That person dies on the 30th. He has cast his ballot through the mail, and we have counted that ballot on the 29th. Therefore, it is counted. He deceases on the 30th. The election's on maybe the 6th. It still counts.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for
Good
clarifying how that
You know, and there, how would we know that somebody died on the 30th on the East Coast out of state, during that? So it will be counted.
Plus, you would not be able to go back and retract their ballot because you don't know
It's
how they
anonymous.
voted because we have secret ballot. People don't their ballots are not identified at the time they're cast.
Yeah. Thanks for the questions. There's one other thing I want to speak to, which the judges we worked with last year felt were very important, and that's the security of our systems. And I know at the state level, the voter registration system, you may have heard at a national level that the election's rigged, or you have heard that the Russians are breaking into our voter registration systems. Please be assured that in Colorado, at the Secretary of State's office, we have a full-time IT security and risk manager that watches over our system. At a local level, I've talked to our IT director, and at the state and local level, we conduct tests and queries to assure that there's no breach in our system. So I want the community to know that we are proactively looking at this. Also, if we have to go into the system, there are procedures we go through, and Kelly, correct me on this. We have our own passwords to get in. They change every 30 days. We have our own encoder card system that we have to program in order to get in the system as well. So there are levels of security that we have to walk through in order to get in the system.
We sign user agreements stating that we only access these systems through our protected county networks, so nobody's doing work at home accessing the statewide voter registration system, because they would be in violation of those agreements that we.
Great.
Well, and additionally, we have paper trail.
Sorry.
There's a paper ballot. So
well, that's voter registration system, and that's a state system we use online. Let's talk about the paper trail and the voting system. The voting system is a standalone system. It is not connected to anything, and we do central count. So everyone let me describe what our office looks like. It's locked down. We use code cards to get in any room. We have video surveillance 60 days before and 30 days after election. When we enter a room, Kelly, I, or any of the staff, who are the only ones who have access, we do swipes. It records who and when walks in that room. Okay. We have the video surveillance, the election equipment. Anytime anyone goes into the system, there are only 2 people that have access, and there are codes to get in. Anything they do in the system is there is an audit log, so we know exactly what's going on as well with that voting system. In addition to the audit logs, we have chain of custody with all our election equipment. So anytime we hand off equipment, we have it sealed up. We pass it on to the next person. They write down the time, the date, the number of the seal. They break the seal, and 2 people need to be together to do that as well. We have been conducting that chain of custody since 2008, early 2008, and we have been audited by the Secretary of State's office and passed the audit for our chain of custody on all our equipment. The other thing is that we have paper trail. So, you know, a few years ago, by state law, you are able to request a Colorado open record request. You can ask for copies of the ballots. When we cast our ballots, a TIFF image is taken of each ballot with our new system, and if we receive a core request, we can download a copy of each ballot. So there is a paper trail, and if anyone wants to audit or review that, through a core request, we can provide that. And we have been providing that over the past, since the law has gone in effect. I have, after every election, provided that for somebody who has requested a core request for our ballots.
And it should be noted that those ballots have been separated from the voter. So when those ballots go out, any indication of who that voter was has been removed from that ballot. Right. So, because I think people are fearful if somebody can core or request copies of ballots, they'll be able to identify individual voters, and that is not the case. I've been in that room many times and seen the process work, and I'm very proud of Pickens County, and because the process is very clean, very secure, and very careful.
So just to follow up on that, 2 things that can be known are who voted and a review of the individual ballots, but you can never know exactly which ballot is tied to which person who has voted. Right. Those are always separate. And despite that Janice mentioned that all of our rooms are locked down and under surveillance, in those rooms, we still take all ballots and lock them into individual transfer cases, which are sealed with the chain of custody log.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention, thanks for that segue, before we left today, we were talking on our way over and said, we'd really like to sit down with you and walk through that process of how do we handle a mail ballot when you return it? What happens and what is every step along the way to assure that your ballot is anonymous and that it is counted accurately. I would hope the papers would pick up on it and want to do a story about that, because I think, well, of course, we think it's riveting. But
actually, I've done it. It is riveting.
Yeah. But perhaps in the future. So if anyone in the community still has questions about security and accuracy and still is concerned, be a judge. Join us and be a judge. We're looking for 60 more judges for this upcoming election. So if you have any doubts or you're interested, join us and be a judge and help us and work with us. You can help us through the process. And I again thank the community, and I'm proud also of the integrity of Pickens County elections. It's because of our community and the people that work with us that want to assure the accuracy and the integrity of it. So.
Appreciate that.
Good job.
Thank you both very much for the presentation, coming over, and we'll see you for October updates.
Okay. I was just going to ask you that. I can keep coming back during work session and bring back, or I can hit your board meetings in discussion sessions in the beginning. What would be your preference?
You know, I tend to think that the regular meetings may get a little more attention if you want to come to the regular meetings, mostly about how to be enfranchised, how to be involved in the elections, and if we have further questions about security or procedures, we could set up a separate time at a work session. But just kind of to remind people how and when and where the super centers are and things like that.
So I'm going to be here on the 12th and the 26th of October for you.
Not the 12th. But we'll get into that. That's going to be canceled, that meeting.
Well, we need to talk about that also, because there was more on the agenda than
yeah, that's right. We have the Community Cares Awards. The 12th might not be a good one, so why don't you make that one the 11th on a Tuesday work session?
Okay, 11th and 26th.
Okay. Great. Thanks, George. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move into board open discussion, and I only have one really brief item to pass along, if I could, or you want to go first?
And I've got two items. One is a Healthy Rivers and Streams update on the river project, and we have Laura and Lisa in the back for that.
Okay, come on up, guys. Because we do have CDOT coming in at 11, if they find the right building.
Could be 11:10, yeah.
Okay.
And parking.
If they can get past all the traffic.
It's crazy out there.
Ready?
Ready.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Picken County Healthy Rivers and Stream Program. Joining me today are Pat Bingham with the Community Relations Department and Laura Maker, our Assistant County Attorney. We wanted to give you a short update on the construction at the Whitewater Park. We've been doing some outreach videos, and we thought that would be the best way to do it, show you a video of what's happening out there. It's pretty cool.
And this is our third video. We've done 4. We did one at the very beginning to sort of announce that we were going to be in and around the river to let people know if they saw heavy equipment in the river what we were doing. And then we've done updates about weekly or bi-weekly, and this is the 3rd one. We've done a 4th one that we'll release next week. So we're kind of keeping up with the thing. So let's see if we can get the volume here.
Can I ask Lisa, is that your osprey?
Nope. Isn't it great that the logo is an osprey? It's amazing.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of the Picton County Healthy Rivers Construction Project. We started construction of the whitewater features in the Roaring Fork River and Basalt on September 9th, and in just 2 short weeks, a lot has happened. I'm standing practically in the middle of the Roaring Fork River. On my right is the main channel of the Roaring Fork. On my left is the beginning of a diversion channel that's going to take water out of the river so that we can begin actual construction of the whitewater features. The construction team is building a temporary dam across the main river right channel of the Roaring Fork that will send water down the temporary diversion on river left. The dam will be completed and diversion functioning by the end of September 2016. Anticipate seeing some cloudiness in the river from sediments released during construction, but this construction-related sediment will be greatly reduced once the temporary dam and diversion are fully in place. Please be aware that the temporary diversion will not be safely navigable for any type of watercraft. The entire flow of the river will be funneled through a long, narrow culvert with construction activities occurring all around. For those reasons, the river channel from Fisherman's Park through the project site and adjacent stream banks have been closed to all public use for the duration of the project. We can all look forward to the river reopening early next year during spring runoff with fun new whitewater features, healthier stabilized stream banks, and if you'd like more information on this Picton County Healthy Rivers project, please go to pictoncounty.rivers.com.
Very nice, Pat.
That's really good.
Lisa, Laura, very well done.
Where is this going to be aired and utilized?
We have it on our Facebook page, the Healthy Rivers Facebook page, county Facebook page. It's
County YouTube page. The
Healthy Rivers website and
CGTV.
Okay, that's what I wanted. That's key.
And they're so short that if, say, somebody inquired, it would be really easy to send them a link. And because it's just, if they're, we're trying to keep them under 2 minutes so that they're real quick. Yeah. So if somebody were to say, hey, I saw a tractor in the river, what's going on? We could just send them a link and do it that way.
Perfect.
You know, I know that for Grassroots TV, if you've recorded a program with them on the regular TV, not CGTV, you can pay to have that program run X number of extra times. I don't know if they have a rate schedule for 2-minute fillers or if that fits into their programming schedule for time lengths, but I think it might be worth seeing that if we could get a little broadcast time. And as you're updating them frequently, it wouldn't have to run for long, but it might be good to see if we can get it on regular Grassroots as well.
Good suggestion.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions on this, Steve?
What sort of warnings are there out in the river for somebody who's on the river to forewarn them? Do you have a
take out here
line across, or what sort of things?
Let's see.
So there's no line across the river because we don't. We're not Sportsman's Ranch over in Gunnison.
Okay. You might want to get closer to the microphone.
Yeah. So basically, we have notices at very common put-ins and takeouts. So Wingo Junction has a notice letting everyone know that the required takeout is at Fisherman's Park. So if somebody's running the stretch above, they'll be provided notice before they even get in the river. There's a big sign at Fisherman's Park informing everyone that they must exit the river at Fisherman's Park and that the river is closed. We also have a notice down off of Willets Lane at the next common takeout. So if someone were to try and run that Fisherman's to Willets section, they would see a sign at the takeout when they're parking their car, so they won't have to do a whole shuttle to not be able to run that section.
There's also signs on the actual Ponderosa Trail, so if there's any people walking along the trail, that they're not getting into the construction site as well. And along Two Rivers Road, they've posted signs that say no parking, no stopping and looking. For safety concerns.
Very good.
Great, that was great.
And this has been a high-profile project for Picton County Healthy Rivers and Streams. It seemed like it was only a year ago that they were, as a board, saying, gosh, we've been working at preserving the quality and quantity of river or water in our community for more than 5 years, probably was it 7 years. And they've been doing a lot of behind-the-scenes work with water rights issues and things like that. And this is one of the first projects that they've done that's been this high profile, and it's really helped to put Picton County Healthy Rivers on the map in front of the public. It's been getting a lot of good press. There was a picture just today of the excavator. Excavators are popular to take pictures of, but I think it's been good for this board and this effort, this water effort, because as we've been repeating over and over, the ultimate reason that this project is happening is to keep water in the river. It wasn't to entertain boaters. It was to keep the water. It was to get the ricid and keep it in the river. So.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you, George.
The other project going on in Basalt is the Basalt Underpass, and I see CDOT's just come in, so I want to thank them for their participation in that project. But I think I recall when we did the underpass at the Airport Business Center, you had some information out. I forget if it was a video, or are you thinking about doing something like that as that project?
The CDOT is leading the PR effort on the underpass in Basalt, but GR, our county engineer, is sharing every kind of PR piece that they do. I've seen one sort of initial, it's like a poster, it's like a one sheet with information, and that actually is going to be posted on our Facebook page starting tomorrow. I've scheduled it to go up. So we're assisting them, but certainly we could do a little extra if need be. We could show the progress of that project as well if you're interested.
Yeah, that might be interesting as the project really starts to impact the traffic. It might be good to have a video going on in terms of what's happening in the time frames and things like that.
Yeah, that's doable.
Great. Very good. Okay,
and then
and next time.
Just one more quick project update, unbelievably. For the public's benefit, on Thursday, September 29th, we will be having an open house in this room in the library, in the Dunaway Community Room, to share the preliminary results of the environmental assessment on our airport projects. In particular, we'll be sharing the preliminary results on the terminal concepts that the Community Input Committee had given us advice on 2 terminal concepts that they wanted to see included in the environmental assessment. We have some preliminary conceptual designs based on those concepts where we'll be looking at mass and scale impacts. We'll also be sharing impacts of the runway improvements to Owl Creek Road and the bike path. What will not be at this open house, but will come in a future open house, is the preliminary results for air, water, and noise analysis related to both terminal and runway projects. But again, we would invite the public to come and learn and see both the terminal concepts as well as the Owl Creek Road impacts of the airport project and the initial results of the environmental assessment. Again, that'll be at from 4:30 to 6:30 in the library public meeting room in Aspen.
Okay, great. Thank you, John, very much. I have a really quick one to hand off to you. When I returned home from my vacation, I had a phone call. I'm going to give it to you, John. You'll have to write it down. From the U.S. Census Government Unit Survey, which I've never heard before, and they wanted to ask questions about the Aspen Ambulance District. So they gave me a phone number, an option, and then a reference number. And I thought you would know a lot more about that to return the call than I would.
We can do that.
We'll do that. Did anyone else have open discussion at this time?
I have a real quick one. I'd like the board to entertain a memorial fund for contribution for Michael Ogello. He served many, many years on Pickens County Planning and Zoning Commission, and he recently passed away from cancer. His contributions are going to either, I'll find out for sure, either Theater in the Park or Aspen Community Theater. And I served with Michael on Planning and Zoning. Great guy, lots of fun, good personalities, hard worker, knowledgeable, and a true loss to not only our community but to the community he's been working with I think it's in New York. He's been doing a lot of old farm restoration on the East Coast between here and there. And I think, just some small contribution out of our
Contingent, yeah, you have a
Contingency
board
fund. Sure.
contingency fund.
I would be supportive of that. Do you have an amount?
I don't know, 250, 150, whatever the board's comfortable with.
250 would be acceptable to me.
Is that good? Great.
Be fine.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
bringing
And I'll
that up
find
then.
out for sure. I'll work with somebody to find out which
That would
fund.
be great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, we can go back into open discussion if we need to at the end of the meeting, if anyone has anything else they want to bring up. But we have
Thank you, ladies.
a great number of participants here from CDOT. We appreciate that. Glad you found our temporary meeting room without too much problem. And the only challenges I'm going to tell you we have are the microphones. The room as a whole is not microphones. You have to speak directly into one of the microphones or just point it towards yourself, whoever's speaking at the table. Feel free to bring a few more chairs up, and we, again, welcome you. Thank you, Kathy Hall, our commissioner here. Good to see you. And just pull some chairs up, and yeah, the floor is yours. Well, do whatever, however you'd like it. There is the podium, and then the two microphones, usually about 4 people.
I'll go around the back.
Hi, good. How are you? Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming over.
Yeah, Kathy, hi. How are you?
You told me you weren't going to use that.
I can't remember. I just got back last night. That's where it seems like it's right before last.
Presentation? Yeah.
How are you? It's nice to see you again. You look tired. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Perfect day. It was perfect. Yeah, but after taking pictures. Hi,
Kathy.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
for
How are
coming
you?
up.
You bet. Yeah, this is great. Great to have you. Well, I just think a lot of adults that I came here a bit. Yeah.
Anybody really could, if you guys want.
Yeah. They always ask us not to move the microphones, just move the little thing up top.
Or turn them off to move them.
Yeah.
That's it out, huh?
There we go. So welcome. I'll introduce this item for our viewing public. This is our annual update with the Colorado Department of Transportation. We greatly appreciate you letting us know what's going on, what major projects you've got in mind for the future years, and what you've completed. And so just keep identifying yourself for the record. And again, welcome. Thanks for coming.
Great. Well, thank you, Commissioners, and thanks for having us. My name is David Eller. I'm the CDOT Region 3 Director, and we have several staff that I'll have introduced as they come up. They're going to present part of the book that we've prepared, and I'll have them introduce themselves. But I have representation from traffic, engineering, maintenance here with us today. So certainly part of the reason we come is to do some outreach. If the commissioners have any issues or things that we need to know about, concerns, we're certainly here to hear that. So hopefully we can answer those questions. I think there's a couple other meetings up here, so I was lucky today. I have a lot of people from CDOT here in town that can help us. Also, Commissioner Kathy Hall is your new Transportation Commissioner, and I think most of you know Kathy.
Yes.
And then, so we'll just kind of start out with our book. And for those of you who have had this meeting with us before, we present this book. as kind of a guideline just for our speaking points. Again, as we're going through it, if there's a question, please stop me or stop whoever and just bring up whatever comes to mind of that you want to talk about. Kathy, you want me just to go ahead and start? Or?
Yes, go ahead. And it's just nice to be up here. What a gorgeous day. Oh my gosh. I've been out there taking pictures, but it doesn't dare do justice to how gorgeous it is. So you picked a perfect weather for us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I think your views here in the library are better than mine back at the
This is our new addition to the library. It was just completed and dedicated this spring, and a renovation of the older building to be a little more modern. And particularly, we're proud of the Children's Center across the way, and a nice new meeting room for the whole
Very
building.
nice, yes.
It's beautiful.
Okay, well, the first part of the book is just kind of a general overview of CDOT Region 3 at a glance. And as you know, we're the largest geographical region here in the northwest part of the state. We have 15 counties that we take care of in Region 3, and Pitkin County is one of those. We have some unique things in the region where we have 13 mountain passes, 7 tunnels. We have over 5,000 lane miles to take care of. So it does put a lot of extra, I guess, responsibilities and different types of responsibilities, especially on our maintenance crews through the winter maintenance of some of those unique issues. We're broke down into 2 sections for maintenance. One's operated out of Craig, which is Section 6, the other out of Grand Junction, which is Section 2. And Section 2 takes care of Pitkin County. Today I have TJ Blake, who is the deputy from Section 2. He works directly for Mike Goolsby, who's listed here as the superintendent, and also Don Pools, the supervisor out of Glenwood that takes care of this area. So I'll let them talk about maintenance in a bit, but certainly if you have some maintenance questions, we can address those. The engineering sections, we're broke down into 3 sections, if you will, and you guys fall in what we call the Program Engineering Central, which is Pitkin, Garfield, Rio Blanco, Moffett, and Routt County, kind of the north central, if you will. And the new program engineer up here is, as you all know, Joe Elson, the long-term program engineer, is retired, and we're lucky to have got Steve Olson, who's got a lot of tenure with CDOT, as the new program engineer. And then your resident engineer is Roland Wagner. He's here as well today, and he works out at the Glenwood Springs area that takes care of Pitkin County. So traffic, it's one big group. They take care of the whole region, and that's the traffic engineer, Zane Zamaninacek. And Zane's here today as well, and with him, Andy Staley, who takes care of signals and striping operation stuff. So, again, good representation for questions for you. The next section of the book is the budget, and talks about where CDOT's revenue comes from and how we're projecting our revenue for the next year. And you can see in the top portion here that we estimate our budget for 16-17 is at $1.38 billion. That's actually up a little bit from past years. So for the past probably 5 to 10 years, I've been coming in, we're right at that $1.1, $1.2 billion budget. It's been pretty flatlined, and it's always a concern because cost of business is going up and our budget's staying pretty flat. And that's primarily driven because the majority of our budget's gas tax, and it's gas tax is pennies per gallon. So as you know, the more fuel efficient vehicles we get, the revenues kind of go the wrong direction. But this year we're up a little bit, so why is that? You see right here in the middle, there's a Senate Bill 228 general fund transfer. This is the first general fund transfer that CDOT's received in well over 10 years. And the way Senate Bill 228 is set up is if the economy grows and if there's good revenues at the state level, basically the overflow of revenues would be transferred. There's a portion that could come to CDOT. That portion can be up to $200 million per year and up to 5 years based on the way the bill's written. We had projected anywhere from $200 million to 0. And why 0? Because if Tabor kicks in, so if the economy's too good and we have too much growth, then Tabor kicks in and we refund the growth. So that's always been a challenge for us to try to project how much growth we're going to have, will there be a transfer, and how much will that be. So fortunately this year there was a Senate Bill 228 transfer for transportation. On here it says 106. Actually, that's closer to 170, I believe, or something along those lines. So it's actually a little higher than what we projected on this page. And those numbers are just now coming in. Now, for this year, that's good news, but that money has been identified to offset the additional costs needed for I-70 East in Metro Denver. So some of you will recall I-70 East Viaduct is the section of Metro Denver that goes past the Purina dog chow plant out there, and it's all on structure. When we passed the faster legislation for bridge enterprise, it was identified as one of the worst 128 bridges in the state. The cost of replacing that structure is about $1.5 billion, $1.6 billion. So they have a project identified that's to move forward in the next couple of years. And the funding for that has kind of been a accumulation of different things. And Denver city, county governments did put in some funding. We've also went to what we call a P3, a private partnership, to add laneage. We'll toll those lanes to help build for some of the structure. But the majority of it was coming out of our Bridge Enterprise program, which is funded through FAST legislation. So as the project grew in cost, it was either we're going to tap into Bridge Enterprise and use all the bridge money for the next 5 years, or we're going to figure out how to offset some of those costs. So the commission has made a decision to try and offset some of those costs with this 228 money. And that's good news in a way, because then it helps us keep our bridge program on track. So that's kind of the high level of where 228 stands today. Now, we'll talk about it a little bit here in a minute, some of the STIP stuff. There's a potential of some additional 228 come in the next year as well. And we may see some other projects that are more strategic, statewide significance, advanced through some of this 228 funds. So it's good news. It's helped us a little bit in our budget. It's maybe not as robust and great as we had hoped it would be, but certainly a little bit of general fund transfer to transportation. The next piece on the bottom of this page is the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, the FAST Act. This is the federal program for federal transportation bill. If you recall, when I was here last year, we talked about MAP 21 had expired, and at the federal level, they kept extending the bill. They would extend it for 6 months or 3 months, and that's very concerning to CDOT when 60% of our funds are federal funds. And last year, they didn't have a bill in place. They would extend the old bill. You'd never knew if they were going to extend it. There was rumors, well, maybe they're not going to extend it. So this was a big deal for us to get a federal transportation bill, and it was signed in December of 15 by President Obama. Now, the good news is we have a bill. It's actually a little more robust than MAP 21, brings about $305 billion into transportation over the next 4 years. The bad news is it's still not a solvent bill. So by that, the bill actually projects spending higher than the gas revenues that are coming in. So it shows that there's a need of about a $70 billion transfer per year to make the bill actually fully funded. That always gets a little concerning in the last year of the bill, because they start running out of money and they say, well, we're broke at the federal level in transportation. Will they move general funds into it or not? That's always concerning. There was no new revenue source passed with this bill, just a bill that allows for spending. So still a little concerning at the federal level that they have not solved that problem. The next 2 pages are basically a pie chart that shows the state dollars and how does state money work in our budget. So you can see the top pie chart is the money that comes into what we call our Highway User Trust Fund, the state level transportation fund. And you can see the majority of that's generated out of gas taxes, motor fuel taxes. There's motor vehicle registrations, and there's the faster piece of that, that's the license plates fees that Senate Bill 09-108 passed a few years ago to actually bring in money for safety and bridge improvements. Then how does that money get dispersed back out? As the pie chart down below, you can see that CDOT gets about half of that funding that comes in for transportation. The counties get a portion, municipalities get a portion, and this off-the-top appropriations is your state-patrolled ports of entry partner revenue. So this piece here is sources outside of CDOT that receive a portion of the transportation funding as well. So that's kind of a high level of our budgets. The Senate Bill 228 list, I'm going to come back to that here in just a second. Okay, so not on the slides is a fold-out page, and I apologize that I can't display it up here, but the fold-out page is your budget in a little more detail. So I talked about CDOT's $1.3 billion, and I say, boy, we're a little behind, but that's a lot of money. So where does CDOT spend its $1.3 billion? And this fold-out sheet you can see breaks this out. I'm not going to go through every line. There's a little more detail about all the programs that we have. If you look at the top of this fold-out sheet, you can see that there's CDOT performed work, That means our maintenance crews, the work they do, the orange trucks you see out there, you can see the largest single spend there is our snow and ice. So out of the 260 million, 76 million of that statewide goes to snow and ice. Another big spend there is traffic services, which is striping the roads every day, keeping our signs up. That's a $66 million budget statewide. So you can see how that's CDOT money internally spent through maintenance. The next portion is the contracted out work. Those are the programs that we have that we actually put money on the road through contractors. You can see the largest one there being surface treatment, about $145 million a year statewide. There's a couple other ones to note there. On line 22, faster safety projects. That's the program, part of the program that comes from the FAST legislation, the license plates fees. Those dollars have to meet a cost-benefit ratio for safety improvements, but we work with the TPR, in your case Intermountain TPR, to kind of identify the highest safety needs. We often will call for projects that are concerns with the locals of hotspots or intersections that are concerns, and then we try to focus our faster safety to meet also with what the Intermountain TPR tells us are the highest safety needs. Another one I point out about line 42 is the Regional Priority Program. That is about a $48 million a year budget for the state. That's the funds we work with the local Intermountain TPR also to set priorities and help us to identify where they think the highest needs are for. We do some capacity improvements. We often do shoulder improvements. In this case, a lot of the RPP money from the Intermountain TPR went to help with the Grand Avenue Bridge and some of the costs of that. So those dollars we work with the TPR. Now, 48 million statewide, this region gets about $7.5 million a year. I have to balance that over 4 TPRs and 15 counties, so it's not a whole lot of money to do some of those capacity type improvements or major investment improvements. As example, Highway 13 is a good one that I like to reference that goes up out of Rifle to Craig. We've been working on 13 for several years. The cost of reconstructing that road, adding shoulders, some passing lanes here and there, bring it up to current standards, it's about $3 million a mile. So as you can imagine, I'm getting $7.5 million a year. It doesn't go very far when you're trying to make those major type improvements. So it's a good tool to help work with the locals. It's a little bit underfunded as far as making things really significant improvements. The last one that I point out on this budget, towards the bottom at line 107, is the debt service. Talk about strategic projects, debt service. That debt service came out of our Senate Bill 1 legislation that allowed CDOT to move forward with strategic projects around the state. Highway 82 is a good example of that. That was one of the strategic projects that was built under Senate Bill 1. At that time, CDOT went out and we bonded for those projects to get accelerated. T-Rex in Denver, Highway 50 between Delta and Monroe. So those projects were bond initiatives with the concepts that we'd have general fund transfers to pay those bonds back. The economy kind of tanked. CDOT stopped getting general fund transfers, and like I say, we just received our first general fund transfer in many, many years. So the commission's been forced to actually pay back those bonds with their base budget. So they've been taking out of their base budget that would normally go to maintenance or taking care of our assets, and they've been paying back these bonds. That is set to be completed in 2017, so we will no longer have that debt service. That's the good news. Commission has made a decision that right now they're going to focus that money back into asset management to maintain what we have. All of our models, whether it's buildings or pavements or bridges or tunnels, they all show that we're going the wrong direction and we're losing ground every day with our transportation system that we already have. So they're going to refocus this on asset management. And that's kind of a nutshell of the budget. Hopefully that makes sense. I know I went through it pretty quick. If there's any specific questions, certainly I can try to answer them. What you see in front of you is the Senate Bill 228 list. So you heard me say in this budget, we see some potential Senate Bill 228 money. That's good news because it could allow us to move some of these strategic projects that we don't have funding for. I say RPP is a good example. It kind of starts these projects, but at $7 million a year, we just can't seem to get to the backlog of these strategic projects. So Senate Bill 228, some of the rules around where that money is supposed to be spent is economic driver, has statewide impact, It's a strategic project. It has mobility issues. So you can see there's a list of projects here. We were asked, this list is about a year old, a little over a year. We were asked when Senate Bill 228 was being discussed at the legislative level, what projects does CDOT really do that Senate Bill 228 would fund? What types of projects could you do that you can't do now with the money you have that Senate Bill 228 could fund? This is a list. It's not the complete list. It's the list from Region 3. You can see there's a lot of projects here that came out of the Intermountain TPR. A lot of I-70 projects, Vail Pass climb lanes, improvements to Silverthorne Interchange, the Edwards Interchange on I-70G. There's many projects that are capacity related, strategic. Dow Junction's a good one that's been on the shelf for 3-4 years in Intermountain TPR, but it's a $16 to $20 million project, and there's really no way to deliver that. So that's what this intent was, is to show the types of projects that we have somewhere in the pipeline. We've either developed them through the planning process, or like I say, in the case of Dow Junction, it's actually on the shelf ready to be built. So that's some examples. I think there's one here, the AABC Buttermilk grade separated pedestrian crossing. That's an example of a project that we've listed that we don't have money identified for. Now, I think there's one on here, Basalt. We had that on there, but as you all know, we were able to fund that through some different sources, a lot of local partnership there. So that shows how old this list is. That project's already completed, but at the same rate, you can see the Buttermilk crossings not been completed. It's an example of a mobility project that we feel is important. Intermountain TPR has prioritized it, and we have no construction dollars identified. So, more news as it starts to roll out with Senate Bill 228. At this time, we don't have any voice. Region 3 is going to get some money. It's a lot of talk, and it's kind of at a higher level right now of potential. Any questions on the budget or kind of where we're at with some of that? Okay, I'm going to let Mark talk a little bit about the STIP. Mark's our regional planner, and how the STIP works and kind of what we're doing in that.
Thank you.
I can help you.
Okay. Again, I'm Mark Rogers, Regional Planning Manager, and just wanted to go over this next sheet. Shows the STIP, the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, and the Project Priority Programming Process. And again, this is the process where we actually take the money that we get in the budget and that we plan on and put it to the asset management and other projects. It follows along the 25-year long-range plan, and then into the 10-year capital program. We take everything that we've discussed in the 25-year plan, and we look at what we can do in the 10-year program, and then we flow from that into the 4-year STIP and the 4-year work plan. Last year, that's fine. Last year we had what's the rolling STIP, and with cash management and the ability to pull funds or program funds in the future and use the funds in the future, we've gone to a rolling STIP to where we do this every year now in developing a brand new STIP, and so we can look at the funds in the future. And so if you go this next page, the development program, Dave showed you the 228 list. What we're going to now is, instead of a list for this and a list for that, we're looking at a development list that covers all of the capital projects that Region 3 and in fact statewide we are developing in different phases. It could be design, it could be an environmental document, but these are projects that are on the development process. And so when we did this development list statewide, it was about an $8.5 billion list of projects. So the Department of Transportation Development, DTD, asked us, they said, could you narrow that down and what could be the most important or could be done in the next 10 years. So you'll see on the columns, you'll see a Tier 1, which is the 10-year, and the Tier 2 is the rest. The Tier 1, they set a limit to that. They gave our region about a $340 million limit, and if you look at the bottom, you'll see if it's over that limit. But we wanted to at least get the Tier 1, and then we can kind of pull things off of there. We've already got some things we're looking at on Highway 50 that may come off of that because we got a grant or other funds. So we're still within that close mark, but that was the goal they gave us was the $300 and some million, $340 some million. But again, we're over that. But this is the development list that we pull. Any additional funds that Region 3 would get, it would need to be pulled from this development list. So one of the things we'll be talking to you, and we'd ask you to look at this between now and even December, because this list is a living document and we're working on it. But we'd like you to say, well, is this project on there, or why is this project? And you can contact us at Region 3, contact Dave, or contact me, and discuss, okay, really what is this project and what does it do? For example, you have State Highway 82 safety improvements, and it's just the whole corridor, looking at the whole corridor and various projects on there, but it's just broken out as a corridor. But if you have any questions on that, you can feel free to give us a call and we can talk about the numbers there.
Actually, I do have a question on that,
Okay.
and let me be the first to say we all are familiar with the funding frustrations with CDOT. This year it was particularly frustrating in that the legislators were unable to reach any conclusion on the hospital provider fee reclassification, even referring it to the voters to do that. There was no debrucing measure, which was talked about heavily, which would have gotten a little more money to CDOT, and there was certainly no new funding source measure. And this is a record turnout election year. I think it would have been the right year to do it. And now, to do a real tax measure of any sort, you're going to wait till at least 2018. And that's not a good situation for all of us. So we know what you're struggling under. But my concern is with the 10-year plan that this was kind of pulled or last year's rather, to be the basis of any sort of long-range bonding measure that may have gone to ballot that was introduced. And the concern is we really don't have anything, as we know in the long term we will need for State Highway 82 for a new Castle Creek Bridge. Once there is a community decision on that, and frankly, it seems that the traffic is getting so bad and the congestion that log jam is going to break at some point in time. I don't know whether people will proceed forward with a light rail and 2 reline traffic lanes as is in the record of decision, or whether they will look for a new record of decision for just realigned traffic lanes and HOV lanes or what. But we have committed close to $500,000 local money to study alternatives and to study how to solve this one last time. And I think it'd be important to have Highway 82 entrance to Aspen or Highway 82 mobility on that list in some way, so that it was at the very end I was kind of calling the Fix Our Roads people and saying, wait a second, you can't leave us out of the next large 20-year bonding measure if that's going to be. This list is developed based on the resources you have, and that's done so well, and I know you're having to really split hairs. But at the same time, if there is going to be a bonding measure that comes forward to the general public and is inclusive all the major capital that we'll be able to afford for the next 20 years until that bond is paid off, we need to have something on that list that identifies there's going to be some real capital replacement needs of that bridge at some point in time.
And I appreciate that, and I'll let Dave take the majority of that, any discussion on that. But again, this is a living document, and we can communicate in the next couple months if more funding should be moved to the 10-year on this, to where we can maybe start developing projects or so.
Yeah, and Commissioner, I appreciate the discussion, and I've kind of been watching from a distance some of the discussion about the entrance to Aspen, and certainly the struggle that it presents for this community, right? So it's interesting. I think we would like to hear more as this moves along in this kind of revision of the study, and look at this a little bit and kind of brush it off and see what the options are, because for a long time it kind of sat out there that, boy, that's a priority. Is it really a priority? Is the community really behind it? Is it really the local government's really behind it? And it kind of fell off the radar, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean it can't get back on.
Yeah.
And even your representation at the TPR and the Intermountain TPR, it hasn't been talked a lot, but maybe it is time to bring it back up and say, boy, this is still an issue. It's still a need. It's a capacity mobility issue for this community, and to kind of get that discussion flowing again, because I wouldn't say that it was lost in the priority, but it was certainly kind of put on a back burner. And I think that if there's a strong interest from the county and the community to start talking about it again, we should be ready for that.
And I understand, again, the challenge of, say, putting something in that's just a placeholder and would be, asking for year 9 of a 10-year plan. But I also would hate to have kind of reached that critical mass where people are ready to do something and then be told, well, you're going to be at the very bottom of this list, right. and that it's totally coming out of the blue and perhaps upsetting other people if it's bounced a little bit. But I just, again, and it's less concerned about CDOT knowing the needs and taking care of it than this bonding measure that was proposed from afar that wouldn't have taken our needs and perhaps a lot of needs on the West Slope into full account.
You bet. Absolutely, and I hope that if we do have those discussions about new tax and new revenue, this type of a list gets revisited, right? Because as Mark said, we were told constrain this back a little. And even this wish is this list is a wish list in a sense, because like Mark said, okay, we have a tier 1 10-year development list at $400 million. If you go back to what I said there in our budget, from any kind of flexible money, this region gets about $7.5 million per year for 15 counties. In 10 years, that's $75 million, which is a big difference between this $400 million list. So even this is a very robust, in the current funding stream, this will not be delivered. So what happens when bigger funding is discussed? Are these still the priorities? Are there other projects that we haven't been talking about? So it's a very fair question and a good question.
Okay. And I see that Commissioner Newman, who is on our TPR rep, has a brief comment. And I would just add, again, we appreciate the box that you guys are in. The one comment I made to the folks trying to develop either the sales tax or the bonding is that the regional pot should be increased as well. That it shouldn't just be money for a big funding pot, big capital, and then still leave you with $7 million a year in these sort of projects being faced. George?
Yeah, I mean, this list is always very challenging, given the needs in the state and the needs in our region and the dollars that you have to work with. I know it's a challenge, but I just wanted to, first I wanted to acknowledge and thank you and your staff for the work and the partnership that we just recently did up in Redstone on 133. It was a simple project just in terms of putting out on some speed, blinking speed lights, and the community has responded very positively with that. I think that's very successful. And I think in terms of adding on to this list, there's the opportunity to piggyback off of some work that CDOT is planning in 2018 to finish the repaving up on 133 going up towards the top of McClure's, and to piggyback off of that with a deceleration lane going into Redstone. And CDOT again has been very helpful in terms of already having the design and engineering work done on that. So that's going to be a shovel-ready project. I think I think our staff is going to come before the commissioners during our budget season to put some placeholder dollars in for that. But I'm hoping that we'll be able to find, CDOT will be able to find some funds as well as that project moves forward. So we'll be talking to you more on that. And as you know, dollars do come up, and this is not a big project, but it's an opportunity to piggyback off work since your crew's already going to be up there mobilized to finish that project off.
Good. Well, thank you for the positive comments, and I'll have the engineering group come here in a second, and they can certainly talk about that surface treatment job. I should note this development program, it does not include like all those asset management programs of paving and repaving and bridge rehab. So these are more strategic projects. So I think you're right. Those projects still allow for some minor improvements, and we shouldn't look past that. And we should try to work with you all to, get some of that low-hanging fruit as we're doing our asset management. If there's minor improvements we can make at low cost. And really, that's how we're using the little bit of regional priority money that we have, because that's about all we can do. So with that, the next couple pages.
Can I ask a real quick question? I'm not sure where to bring this up, but I'm going to bring it up now. And I'm going to move it from my plate and put it on your plate. I've been contacted by many users. It's actually in Garfield County. It's a Highway 82 corridor issue. It's a public safety issue. It's an acceleration lane coming out of the Gateway RV Park. It's just before the Highway 133 bridge. So it's just down from, there's an intersection there. It has.
The boat ramp area?
It's the boat ramp area. Yeah, more like, it's really hard to read the road sign. I've been contacted by many users of that boat ramp about public safety. There is no acceleration lane for vehicles turning out of the boat ramp intersection to go down valley. And there's not enough queuing space in the median for vehicles with boat trailers to clearly leave that up valley lane clear. It's an accident waiting to happen. It's used more and more with our river users, fishermen, whatever you want to call them, all those guys down there. It's highly used, and you did a great job at the Cattle Creek intersection with those new acceleration, deceleration lanes. You did it well, you did it nicely, you did it quickly. So I'm just hoping we can add that to your list of intersections to look at for public safety. It has the acceleration, deceleration everywhere, but the one place it's really needed, and that would be great.
Great.
Thank you.
And John, I want to make sure we do have time for comments from your group, so I'm going to go through this next part pretty quick.
Okay.
But again, this is just all of the projects that are on the development program that I showed you came from the planning process. This was our last planning process, and again, it highlighted the priorities that we then took to the 4-year plan. And this doesn't really help on this one, so I'm just going to, on your sheet, it looks a lot better. But on the rolling stip, again, we're looking at the 2021 years of RPP, and we're just bringing to you for approval and for comment the $1 million. The next ones on the list were the $1 million to excuse me, State Highway 82, looking at 27th Street. They're bringing that bridge out at that intersection. This is going to help with that intersection there. And then trying to make sure I follow
That intersection's the one towards Highway 82 from the roundabout, across the bridge.
I guess it would be the intersection of 27th Street.
With South Grand Avenue.
Yeah, I'm guessing that would be where it's at. Roland can talk a little bit more. And then the Elgibel, these were intersections that they said were prioritized or wanted a priority. So our resident engineer will be working with them and the traffic on what's going on in those intersections for those fundings. But those were the next ones coming in. And then we had
27th Street.
The Garfield interchanges at $250,000, and then the $300,000 on the Minturn. These were funds that were being used that were prioritized to just kind of start again development of the interchanges and just get a little bit of design toward and to help with Minturn on a project they're working on there downtown. So again, this was coming out of the planning process and the priorities that the TPR had. So the next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about programming update and the Transportation Alternative Program. Again, this is the old enhancement fund. Pitkin County has been successful in the past. They got one, now they're working on the Redstone Coke Ovens Phase 2, I believe. But they didn't have, Pitkin County didn't have an application in on this cycle, but we had 13 applicants on this cycle. Total request was just under $10 million for a 3-year period. Our 3-year total is just $3.6 million. So obviously we're just going to go down on what we can. The scoring, the way this is done, the region will score the projects and the applications, and then once the scoring is done, we will just work off the list, the highest to the lowest, the best we can, and to fund the projects the best we can to get out. If funding can't go to one, it'll go right down to the next one and the next one. This worked very successfully in the last round. We started out funding 7, and then we were eventually able to fund about 11 projects through the last round. So again, we hope we're able to do something like that. So that's the update on the Transportation Alternative Program. If you have any questions on that or the STIP.
Okay. Great. The next slides are dealing with a new program called the National Highway Freight Program. Now, I talked about the federal FAST bill, the new bill. In that they had a portion of funds set aside for freight program. And that's about $1 billion per year out to the states. So What that means to us, Colorado will receive about $15 million a year out of this program. And there's process right now about how that funding will be driven through the state, which corridors will be prioritized to. Mark has a handout. I didn't make copies for everybody, but I do have enough for the commissioners. It has a little more detail on this. It's, again, like I say, a new program, so we're still trying to figure out some of these things. There's also a grant program that comes with the freight program, kind of like the Tiger grants. CDOT did submit on a couple grant program applications. One that I was really excited about was a multi-state truck parking and truck communications, like working with Utah, Kansas, Wyoming, when we have winter events to get trucks off early from a corridor. That did not make it as far as one of the grant applications, unfortunately. But those efforts are going on as part of the freight program. But really, this is talking about what is on the freight program in Colorado as far as highways. What highways qualify? The interstates, which are shown on this sheet, page 20, are automatic. So FHWA says your interstates are automatically on the freight program. So those are eligible corridors, if you will, for this type of funding. The next piece is, what other corridors could we get on the freight program? Colorado's allowed to add 160 miles total of rural highway and then 80 miles of urban highway and classify that as our freight corridors. What you see here in the blue actually came out of the Freight Advisory Committee. And this was done several years ago before there was even money. Maybe if there had been money, there had been more involvement by everybody. It's kind of happened quietly. But there was an effort to identify what are our key corridors in the state of Colorado outside of the interstates. And you can see the blues, what was identified: Highway 13, Highway 40, Highway 50 corridors. Corridors that you would probably think, yeah, those are a lot of alternate routes to I-70, as well as a lot of truck traffic. So now we're being told, hey, you can take out of this 160 miles of rural and 80 of urban and add that to our current Colorado plan. The good news is you can add 160 miles today. In 4 years, if those 160 miles are different miles, you can change your plan. So what we're looking at is looking at these corridors. What projects do we have working right now? Highway 13 is a good example. We have several projects in design that are not funded. Can we identify those projects to compete for some of this freight money so we can get these projects completed? So that's one example of how we're looking at which projects we would like to add into this corridor. Again, that handout kind of has a little more information on it. Certainly if you have questions about this, interest about this, Mark's a good resource. You can reach out to our planning group. We'll be talking about this more at Intermountain TPR over the next few months as well, I'm sure. The next slide is a little quick slide on the peak period shoulder lanes. Now we're calling them Mountain Express lanes. I still haven't got used to that, but the Mountain Express lane, which is the toll lane, if you will, from the Empire Junction through Idaho Springs. And if you all been going to I-70 this summer, you've noticed that toll lane has been operable. And on our peak period days, we're opening that up. This little chart shows, well, what's happening when we open it. And you can't read it up here very well. You can read it on your paper. But we've had record flows through Eisenhower Tunnel, record traffic this summer. We had days of 44,000. There's one listed here, July 17th, 42,000. That's a record of the number of vehicles through Eisenhower Tunnel. You can see when the peak period shoulder lane was open, the traffic was flowing at 54 miles an hour in that lane. And maybe even more importantly, you can see the general purpose lanes were flowing at 39 miles an hour. So that's that last line on there. And as you all know, record traffic on I-70 East, if you were caught in that in the past, you would not be flowing at 39 miles an hour. You would be stop and go traffic. So, you know, it certainly is working. It's showing that it's not only allowing people to pay for the toll lane, but it's helping our general purpose lanes flow better as well. And as you probably know, it's a priced lane that if people aren't using it, we lower the price. If people start to use it too much, we raise the price so we can assure that we're keeping a good flow in that toll lane. But also the goal is to keep good flows in the multi-purpose lane. And like I say, right now it's working well. Working so well that Idaho Springs and Clear Creek County are very excited about talking about a westbound lane. which is good news because at one time they didn't really even want to talk about this lane. So I think that the public seeing that it can work. It hasn't been huge impacts as far as the widening of the interstate. We're using a lot of the infrastructure that's out there. The westbound will be a little more complicated. There's a bridge at the bottom of Floyd Hill there that needs replaced. There's some tight curves. That'll be a little more expensive, but they have kicked off a project leadership team to start talking about a westbound potential. And it's one that Region 1 has put on a potential SB 228 project. So certainly there's no funding for it, but if funding was to change, that's the type of project that we're looking at for capacity improvements. And really we're in a situation, any of these improvements right now, we're tolling them. So that's why this added capacity is being tolled. If you look around the state, that's really the only way we're adding major capacity is by setting up toll lanes. So there's just a little information on that. The next section.
Okay, and we're going to have just about 25
okay,
minutes.
We'll pick it up. The next section is traffic, and I'll let Zane hit on some of the highlights in traffic.
I can pick it up big time. All right.
Get that traffic level.
That's right. I'm Zane Zanominachek. I'm the traffic program manager for Region 3. So if you want to turn to the next page, would be about page 23, I think. There's really just a reference sheet on the organization of the traffic unit. My name's at the top there. Some of the programs within traffic, we have a lot of different programs from permitting to traffic signals, school zones, all those kinds of things, also utilities. So there's a lot of names and numbers right there. Hopefully that could be a resource for yourself and for your staff. Moving on to the next page, 24, just wanted to give kind of a high level, little bit of awareness about a new program that started within CDOT this year. And this program is called the RoadX program. So this program was kind of spurred out of one of our executive director's 3 highest priorities. And one of those priorities is technology. He really wants CDOT to be at the technical forefront of transportation. And so this program came out of it. It's a funded program, about $20 million a year. Like I said, this is the first year that it's been in effect. And really what the purpose of this program is it's to really start looking at the future of transportation and how it might work with connected vehicles, vehicles that talk to each other, infrastructure on the highway that talks to those vehicles, all those kinds of sort of futuristic things that are slowly starting to become available on some of the newer high-end cars and those kinds of things, and really try to position CDOT to be equipped to work with those systems and get the most out of them. So one of the big purposes of this program is not really to just go out and build infrastructure that might work with these vehicles. It's to partner with industries that are providing those technologies already. So it's intended to be sort of seed money to form partnerships and start exploring what types of systems we can put out there, and even to start designing and doing pilot projects, those kinds of things out there. So just a little bit of information on that program to let you know that CDOT is looking out into the future at what we can do with those kinds of technologies that are coming. Moving on to the next page, page 26, we've got a sheet of frequently asked questions. These are just intended to be some resources, again, on some of the programs within traffic. We've got a lot of stuff on our website, and a lot of pamphlets and brochures and things like that are out there. So hopefully that could be of some use. Page 27, we've got most of the projects that the traffic unit is working on listed on the next couple of pages. A couple that I want to highlight and pull out that are a little bit more pertinent to Pickens County. Towards the bottom of page 27, you can see that we have the Glenwood Canyon variable speed limit sign project. That's something we've been working on for over a year now. We expect to start construction on that within the next year. That'll sort of outfit that whole canyon with variable speed limits, and we think that'll be a great project. We also have a small program called the COBRA Initiative, and that's a program that's out of headquarters that kind of just gives us some seed money to look at bottlenecks and small problems that are out there. We're looking at passing lanes in a couple of areas. One of the locations that we've identified is Maroon Creek Roundabout, and so we've got a little bit of money there to to be looking at potential low-hanging fruit, small solutions that might help with traffic and reductions there.
Maroon Creek? You mean right here in Aspen? Highway 82 entrance?
It's not listed on here, but yes,
It's not listed. Yep.
I just saw John Kruger's eyebrows go up. I don't
Well,
think the city had heard about that yet.
He hasn't, and quite frankly, we've been looking at it for at least as long as I've been in this region. There's been sort of an ongoing look at it, but
And that would be in concert with the record of decision?
this is really outside of that. What this is intended to do is say, okay, is there some signage? Is there a little bit of tweaking on this curve over here that we can do that might help a little bit?
Okay.
So that project is not kicked off yet, John, and you will be involved in that.
Okay.
So once that kicks off, we'll be working with your staff to talk about that.
You know, and I'm just going to take this opportunity now because it would come up later, but we really have some rebuild or paving issues with that entire section. And I realized that we talked about it last year, and at that point in the presentation, it was like, well, the batch plants are all closed. We can't get the asphalt anyhow. You know, it freezes in the back of the truck. We understand that. And then we had some horrific potholes open up last winter. So they did the paving and the patching of a very small section, a very small thin overlay for this spring, and that's carried us through the summer, but it was only one lane out of the whole thing. And now if you're leaving and coming into Aspen Highway 82, it is in just as bad a shape. And I know Brian and others had contacted your office, and it's like, well, we've already spent all the money for Highway 82 this year with some very nice improvements on the pass. And east of Aspen, but that is going to fall apart this winter with the bus traffic, the volume of traffic, and it comes straight into Main Street on that right-hand lane where the buses travel, where it's already, you know, both pitted and alligatoring or whatever different conditions you want to describe it with. And I just don't think it's going to make it through the winter without having those Volkswagen-sized potholes open up again. And then, as you all know, you only can do temporary fill with a little oil and pebbles, and it just doesn't hold up. So we've got to get that onto a priority list for a real rebuild next summer.
I have a question that's much simpler.
Patty?
Okay.
What is a road diet design?
A road diet. So
What is that?
We call it a road diet or a lane diet. That's where we have a certain number of lanes in an area, and we actually reduce the number of lanes.
You put them on a diet.
Put them on a diet. So, for instance, we're working with the town of Leadville right now to go from 4 lanes downtown to 3 lanes. So there'd be 1 lane in each direction with more of a centered left turn lane, and then we'd have some bike lanes as well, because that actually works as well, or maybe even better than the 4 through lanes that are there. And there's safety benefits and you know, bicycle accessibility benefits as well. So.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thought of that question, but I thought I'd let him move on.
It's an interesting term, yeah. It's not a very intuitive term. A couple other things. We're in the middle of some signal retiming in Glenwood Springs to hopefully provide some relief there, although it's tough with changing conditions of the construction, but that's a priority of ours. Obviously, we're also working with you all and your staff on some potential Independence Pass improvements next year to maybe address some of the issues with big trucks. So,
Yeah. And we'll be having a work session at 1 o'clock.
We'll be talking about that later today. That's right.
Thank you.
Great information. Thank you.
Thanks.
Steve, you have a question?
Yeah, real quick question. I see this epoxy striping project and Highway 82 is included on that. Does the epoxy striping mean that it lasts longer, that holds up during the winter when those plow trucks are going over it, or?
Well, hopefully.
That?
Epoxy striping, it's actually called a modified epoxy striping now, and it's the best product that we can find that is actually put out through a truck, through sort of a liquid medium. So that's the best striping that we have. One of the things that we're doing a lot more of just in the last year is we're actually inlaying that striping as well. So we'll be doing that as well on 82, so it's actually a little bit below the surface, and that's a technique that's expensive, but it helps the wear quite a bit as well. So that's what you'll be seeing next year.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up, Steve. And the one thing I've noticed when they do the straight striping is you don't seem to repaint the HOV lane markers very frequently, and that would be very helpful. They've really faded quite a bit.
Yeah, the stencils themselves.
Yes.
We were just talking about that this morning. Zane says, in our region, we need more money for stencils, so that's one we fall behind on often. You're right.
I understand you're sharing equipment across the state. So.
Steve, you want to touch on engineering real quick?
Sure. Steve Olson, with the Central Program Engineer for Pickens and Garfield County. Real quick, on page 30, there's some projects that are in our design queue right now. At the very top, you'll see Glenwood Springs, State Highway 82, Glenwood Springs to Carbondale, basically from 27th Street to State Highway 133. It's a surface treatment project currently in design and programmed for 2019 construction. You also see the State Highway 133 McClure Pass to Redstone that was referenced earlier. That project is in the design phase, and we're hoping to do construction on that in 2018. Dropping down a little bit further, just in the essence of time, the ones that affect you all probably the most would be the I-70 Back to Parachute project, and that's scheduled for 2019 as well. That's a rehab on I-70, and then a little bit further down, I-70 Garfield interchanges, Newcastle interchange study. We've completed a feasibility study on those. Now we're moving into the next stage of the analysis, evaluating the preferred alternatives and working on more design in those areas. So it's kind of an outlook on our design projects. And then if you flip to the back on page 34, this is some of our current construction projects. The one that's the largest project at the moment is the 82 Bridge, Grand Avenue Bridge. Roland Wagner did come in. If we have specific questions on that, we can certainly address those. But that project's progressing really well. It's ahead of schedule. Not ahead of schedule. It's on budget, on schedule. We've met our milestones. The next major milestone on that is getting the pedestrian bridge completed. And that milestone completion date is in March 2017. We're hoping that we can possibly deliver that a little bit sooner. Also working on that 8th Street connection in downtown Glenwood, and hopefully you're all aware in the next couple of weeks from the 8th to the 10th that we'll be not able to use that 8th Street connection, so we'll be using 82. The other projects that are listed here, fortunately, are complete. They had to deal with Glenwood Canyon Rockfall projects, and those projects were completed. So, in essence of time, you got any questions for Program Central?
Real quick, when is the bridge closure date, the detour date? It's a 90-day period, and I keep getting asked and I keep forgetting.
So it's a 95-day period, I think, is exactly what it's, and it's going to start sometime in August of 17 and complete in November.
Okay, so
those
it's that fall
exact
season.
dates have not been determined, but
Okay,
sometime in that
time frame.
August to November timeframe.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very good.
Thanks very much.
Don, you want to hit on what maintenance is doing for the county? Great.
Don Poole, maintenance supervisor for the King area, which covers Aspen all the way from West Rifle through Glenwood Canyon, almost to Gypsum, Highway 82 to the top of Independence Pass on the west side, Highway 133 over McClure Pass down to the Muddy on the south side. Calendar year 2015, our maintenance forces placed 1,972 tons of asphalt. 1,200 ton of that was in Pitkin County, or in the Independence Pass area, and then we done the rest of it right here on Highway 82. They replaced or repaired 9,600 lineal feet of right-of-way fence. That's up a little bit from the previous year. We've repaired or maintained 41,000 lineal feet of ditch and stream bed. That's cleaning the ditches and stream beds because one of our priorities is to get the water off the road and away from the road, so we can maintain that asphalt better. Our sweeping operations in Pitkin County, we've swept 702 lane miles just in Pitkin County. We plowed 119 swath miles of the right-of-way and sprayed 24 acres of the right-of-way for noxious weeds.
Please appreciate that.
And that's not including our partnerships with Pitkin County, with the IGAs, with them. They go out and do a lot of spraying for us. We're always maintaining the signs, delineation, quite a large number of single post signs. Most of those were hit due to accidents or whatever that we had to get put back up. Over 1,000 feet of guardrail was replaced in Pitkin County due to accidents or whatever. Our maintenance forces plowed right at 55,000 lane miles in Pitkin County, and we used 420 hours labor hours to open just the west side of Independence Pass.
Thank you. Any questions? Again, you already heard me discuss the entrance and Maroon Creek roundabout, so we'll leave it at that. Patty?
I have another really easy one. Maybe next spring after we reopen the pass again, there's a Pitkin County sign when you're coming up from Lake County, right before you get to the top to the pull-out and the wonderful restrooms that we still have up there that are great. And it's been getting beat to bejesus up there. I don't know by whom or what, but it would be great next year if we might be able to negotiate some kind of agreement where we can replace that sign.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite things when you come up over the pass in your home, and you come up and you see that Pitkin County sign, and you know you're home. And it's at the top of my district, so it would be great if we could. I don't know who's responsible. Brian knows I bring it up all the time. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, thank you.
I would like to thank Pitkin County, Brian Pettit and his crews. We work very closely together on a lot of stuff. The city of Aspen, thank them for all their help, especially with the bridge joint repairs the last few weeks here. Very tough. As far as y'all know, the traffic up here is a nightmare. That's part of the issues with any paving down at the roundabouts. We have no other alternative route around there, so that's our restraints on that.
We appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
Okay, last section here is pretty brief. It's really nothing more than some information about our websites, how you can get signed up for text mail, email alerts if you want to be on c.gov. Kind of gives road closures, a lot of information about where you can go find out about projects. This is good, if your constituents are wondering, where you find out information. Then there's some acronyms, CDOT and federal government, we love our acronyms, so there's some things to help you with that foreign language. Last page is contacts. You got Kathy Hall, your commissioner, up there towards the top. Also with us today, Tracy Truelove's in the back. She's our regional PIO, and her number's here at the bottom. She's a great resource about, traffic impacts, if you're going to be doing road closures, and she does her best to write a hurt on all of us and get information out to the media, but she's always a good resource if you have questions along those lines. So with that, I again, thank you. I did make some notes about trying to coordinate some of the potential safety improvements at Redstone with our overlay. Look at this acceleration lane at the RV Gateway Park on 82. Cattle Creek, you said you were happy with where that's going. That's good news. Our roundabout, how we can look at some more maintenance if nothing else, or a future project for actual reconstruction needs in that area. And then some of the striping issues on 82, how that's important, and then also the Pitkin County sign at the top of Independence Pass.
That is of greatest importance and something easily accomplished.
Great.
Steve?
I have two things I want to bring up. The first is during the Glenwood Canyon rockfall closure, when that highway was reopened, I was one of the unfortunate people to be stuck for 4 hours in Glenwood Canyon. I wrote a letter to Tracy Truelove giving my perceptions of what had happened, and it was the private traffic control people who totally honked up the traffic control in there. They were letting through maybe 30 cars at a time, and the pilot car would turn around and immediately go back through the canyon, leading another 30 cars when there's thousands of cars lined up in either direction trying to go through. And to prevent that from happening anywhere in the state, if there is that sort of a bottleneck, it would be much better to have the pilot car go through once and take the whole line of cars through, and have the ones on the other direction just wait, and then take all of them through, and the whole bottleneck there could have been cleared up within an hour. Instead, people were sitting there for 4 hours, and it was incredibly frustrating. It took me about 5 minutes getting out of my car and looking and seeing the pilot car go by with a short line of cars behind it, realizing that they didn't know what they were doing. But when something like that happens anywhere in the state, I think that the CDOT should, even if it's a private contractor doing the traffic control, there should be better direction from CDOT on how to manage that, and think through ahead of time how the procedure that should be followed.
Yeah, and that's a fair comment, and I appreciate that comment. I will say we went through many stages of traffic control through that Glenwood Canyon emergency project, and we tripped and fell at times, then made things better the next week, but yet we messed something else up the next week. And we had some real complications with trying to get traffic through, allow our contractor to still bring down rock, and we had multiple stops sometimes right there. You know, you'd get going and then they'd stop you again, and it certainly wasn't easy. I think we did learn some lessons through that process, and you're right. I don't know that there's a good way of doing any of it. We had some issues too where we were backing traffic up so far. You start getting other safety concerns about where you're backing traffic into blind corners or all the way back into intersections of other locations. So certainly not a good event. But I think Steve's here, Roland's here. We can take that and note that, and maybe think about how we handle that pilot car operation differently.
And then a second thing is my perennial gripe, which I realize there are reasons. The HOV lanes were put in clear down to Basalt, and I drive that, I ride on the Raft-A-Bus, and I think from Brush Creek Road down to Basalt, the HOV lane is worthless in terms of making it easier for the Raft-A-Buses, and it really trains people for really bad driving habits. So you have slow cars going in the left-hand lane all the way down to Glenwood Springs any hour of the day, and I think it's people who are trained to drive in the left lane on that rural HOV lane where I don't think it's needed. So that just put in my perennial complaint, annual complaint.
How much
on
we
that.
can do about that?
That's not a complaint of the full board. Let's put it that way, and certainly not consistent with the record of decision.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that we made a commitment in the record of decision.
And I realize the record of decision, but that's my perception from a traffic control point of view.
Other board comments or questions? I'd make one last one, and this would be really to talk with your counterparts in the other region over by on Independence Pass on the Lake County side. I certainly have noticed that we're getting more subsidence from the initial downslope, not that larger side where you've treated with some concrete where the water was washing it out on that real steep with no guardrail, but actually kind of winding through the woods. Kind of some that are good 2 feet type of subsidence in what would be your eastbound lane coming back up towards Aspen. Westbound lane through the woods in there, and I don't know if there's anything to do just to prevent it from getting worse or whether it's a drainage issue or not. When and if there are future rockfall things that need to have the whole canyon closed, it'd be great if we could have a little more state patrol help on our side with turning around the big trucks. No matter how you say Independence Pass doesn't handle big trucks, once they hear that Glenwood Canyon is closed, they try. And I think, what was it, we turned around 17 trucks one day huge, large trucks, and it was just a real mess, and we had to have our sheriff's officers out there. So to the extent possible, if there is full closure of the canyon, again, just bear in mind that that just totally pushes those trucks up over our area.
But you do have the electronic signs out there right now, which have been great.
Yeah, they've
on
been
both
very
sides,
helpful.
and we really appreciate that.
Yeah, and hopefully the meeting this afternoon, we can talk about some
Yeah.
of the other ways we can discourage that. But I think you're right. When we close the canyon, people are going to try it. So the need for some state patrol service, I think they would be willing to help.
And we
us
can
try to
help you with
coordinate.
that.
Yeah, as long as they
Thank
have a
you.
heads up,
Yep.
you can schedule. So thanks again, we really appreciate it, and for those who are sticking around, we'll talk chicanes this afternoon, and thanks for coming.
Kathy,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you for coming up.
You bet, you bet.
We
Just wanna
appreciate
come up
it.
and see what's going on up here.
And I see a few members of the Independence Pass Foundation here. Towards the end, if there's time and you have comments to make, we certainly would love to hear your opinions on this. So thank you very much on that. And Brian, just take it away and introduce yourselves for the record.
Great, thank you. I'm Brian Bennett. I'm the Public Works Director for Pickett County.
And I'm Zane Zanovanacek. I'm the CDOT Traffic Engineer.
Thank you, Zane, for being here.
So last time we talked to the board about restricting vehicles over 35 feet on Independence Pass. The board directed county staff, Independence Pass Foundation Executive Director Karen Teague, and CDOT staff to get together and try to find a solution. In doing that, what we looked at was really a couple different things. One is a solution to this problem is to man the pass during times when vehicles be traveling up there. We looked at either staffing it with sheriff's deputies or actually paying a contractor to be up there and turn vehicles around. That's what the county sheriff is doing right now. Most recently, when we had the closure on I-70 through Glenwood Canyon, we had many vehicles over 35 feet trying to travel over the pass. However, even when closures aren't on I-70, we have problems with this area. So in working with Zane and the traffic division of CDOT, I think we have a solution that we would like to try. And while it may not turn everyone around, I think it would give us the most optimal chance of informing truckers and giving them a safe alternative to turn around rather than go over Independence Pass. There's two different aspects of it. One is a technology phase. One is to detect the truck, inform the trucker that he's over 35 feet and not allowed to pass, and then make a physical barrier further up the road where we can actually safely turn the truck around. So if Zane could talk about the technical aspect of this project, I'll get into the physical solution.
Sure. So, and just real quick before I start, I really appreciate that you guys initiated this and kind of asked Brian to get in touch with us, because it was good to hear that, and it's been good to work together up to this point. So what this is and this is kind of a little bit was originally tied to our RoadX program, which we talked about a little bit earlier. The idea was, is there a technology solution to this, or could technology at least play a role in this? And so what we did is we looked at a couple of different options. We looked at a couple of different sites up there, and what we've come up with is a system that would detect when a truck is over length. That's kind of the first step, is when is a vehicle trying to get up there that's longer than it should be. So this is a system that would detect that truck, and then what it would do is it would relay that information to a sign, and the sign would sort of turn on. It would be a sign that's blank. Most of the time it would only turn on when an overlength truck is detected, and it would say something to the effect of overlength truck detected, turn around 1 mile, or whatever that exact distance was. That's really what we've come up with. We looked at a couple of different options. We looked at the idea of, is there a way we could just take a photo of overlength trucks and then send them a giant bill, or send the sheriff up after them, or something like that? And there's issues with that type of remote automated type enforcement, and so we've kind of shied away from that approach, and really just tried to take the approach of, okay, we want to let the truckers know that we know you're here, we know you're where you're not supposed to be, and so we're going to give you specific instructions on how to make your way back down the hill.
As part of that sign, would you add, or can you add, $1,000 fine or $1,500 fine, so they know that they're going to get caught and they're going to get fined?
I think what we would want to do is, if we have that kind of information, I think we'd want to put it just above where we turn them around, so that they know the consequences for not following the instructions of turning around. The wording, the exact wording of what we'd flash, that's kind of a draft wording. It's not exactly necessarily what we'd put up there as we kind of think through this. But we definitely want it to be concise, and we want the truckers to know that, we know you're here, so we expect you to do something different.
Yeah. I mean, I could kind of see perhaps after the system and the light up sign goes on and they see it, another 100 feet down the road or something, having a permanent sign that says, oversized trucks who proceed past turnaround, $1,500 fine.
That's a good idea.
Something like that. So again, it's like, oh boy, they have that mile to think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Do they really want to make that try?
Yeah, and something like this, where a sign that turns on, I think it would be attention getting. The idea is to make it as attention getting as we can. We know that trucks that have got to this point have already passed half a dozen or so signs that say, don't come up here.
That they never saw.
And so, this is just another sign, so we're trying to do something a little bit extra to make them get that attention. And I think having that custom message of, comes on and says, look, overland truck detected, you're spotted, whatever. I think that's about as effective as we're going to get with signage.
Is there any part of that system that could send something to dispatch that said over limit truck spotted, something?
That's not out of the question.
So that dispatch would get their radar up and say if there's an officer in the neighborhood, because a lot of times they're down in this part of town or they're right here, they could go up there just to make sure that the guy doesn't have any issues while he's turning around.
Well, it's not out of the question. I think it's a discussion that we've talked a little bit about, but I don't know that we've finalized that.
Part of the works.
Is that something that is desired? Could the system send some sort of cap anywhere? Yeah, that's a possibility.
I'd like that to be part of the discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
George?
So, Zane, that's only half the problem, right? So the other half is coming up from Twin Lakes. So what can we do there, and what sort of support can we get from Lake County?
Well, I've talked to Lake County about this. I've let them know that this is something that we're working with you all on. And what I've presented to them is that, our thought is that if we're able to move forward with this would become sort of the pilot. Let's make sure that we know that it's going to function and have the desired result. And I think we would look to address the other side probably in the next few years afterwards. So this right now is only talking about this side of the pass. It does not necessarily address the other side at this time.
But couldn't you at least have signages on the other side with notice for fine? Would you capture a few people versus waiting a couple of years? Because
there's almost as many signs on that side as this side.
Well,
that go all the way back to.
Well, no, I understand that, but similar to the signages you're going to do on this side, with additional signages for the noting the fine.
I believe the other side has
Some of
the
them
same.
do, not all of them do.
There's a mixture of different messages.
Flags, and they have.
Yeah.
George, are you asking about the variable message sign that we're talking about installing on this side right now, also going on the Lake County side? Yeah, so I think what we're asking about is the similar infrastructure on the Lake County side and whether that's a possibility.
And then if there's an opportunity within the next mile for truckers to turn around, like they will have that opportunity this side. And even though Lake County may or may not be enforcing it, we may capture 95% of the trucks that way.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So this system is in the ballpark of $250,000, and so my approach and what our thought process is on the CDOT side is we'd like to try it over here and just make sure that it's an effective tool before we move on the other side. I think it'll be successful. I'm pretty sure we'll have good luck in detecting the links and be able to capture some of that data and understand that it's effective. But I would like to make sure that it's doing what we want before investing that kind of money on the other side as well. But I think it's a good point. The other side is not forgotten. We understand this is only half the solution for sure.
Brian?
Great. So CDOT has budgeted about $200,000 for this solution, this technology part of the solution. But in order to make this effective, we've got to have a safe turnaround for vehicles. So about 0.6 of a mile down valley on the Pickens County side from the closure gate, there is a wide spot with good visibility looking upstream, I guess, where we could place this chicane and a safe turnaround for most tractor trailers. I think the largest may still have to do a little maneuvering. But this is a work in progress, as we can see. And initially, Chris Baruti with county staff had this design here.
Let's start with what's down valley, what's up valley.
The closure gate is up valley, which is to the right.
Okay.
Down valley is to the left.
Okay.
So this is trucks coming up valley toward the pass. As I was saying, we would have a diversion out of the main line, State Highway 82. We would slow traffic down through this area. Initially, we had a less tight radius designed through CDOT's input, and one in which I agree with is to make this more extreme, to slow trucks even more and give them the idea of what they're going to experience on the pass, which is a very tight turning radius. And here, hopefully most trucks will turn around and head out, just knowing that something formal to this extent has been built. It must be a real threat on the pass, and hopefully we'll be capturing most vehicles. But again, if a truck wants to make this turn and violate the law, they can. There won't be any barrier there.
And so the red line, is that the chicane?
Correct. This is where we're just pulling off the highway and making a chicane here, where it's harder for trucks to get through, if not impossible.
Okay.
Can you define chicane?
Can you define chicane, Sam?
Whoop-de-doo like that.
Thank
so,
you.
Whoop-de-doo. Can you define whoop-de-doo? So it's sort of an S-curve,
totally.
an S-curve, an S, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not a fence that measures, I mean, the length of a truck. Where is the length of the truck installation? Is that right along the red line?
That would be
back
down
further.
down valley some distance.
So down valley, about a mile,
Okay.
is the technology solution where we'll be detecting the truck's length and notifying that they are over length. Then,
And I understand, I'm sorry, but previous conversations, as we've been talking about, I thought the chicane was the measuring device.
No.
But it's not.
it's not.
Okay.
It's the obstacle course.
It's the obstacle.
Exactly right. Thanks, Patty.
And then, Brian, if you could address a little, when or how do we outreach to the neighbors about, in that vicinity, about the potential changes?
Well, this would be the start. We don't have this budgeted. It is nowhere in our 2017 budget plan right now. We would need to make considerable capital shifts to fund this $250,000 physical change on the pass. So before we did any outreach, I wanted to check in with the board to see if this is something you would want to do. In total, both of these are going to be around the $500,000 range.
I think one life up in the pass could well be worth that.
Let me just say too, you know, the idea of putting obstacles out in the middle of the highway is definitely not something CDOT takes lightly. There's nowhere in the state that there's something like this that could physically maybe hang a truck up if they decide to go through it and take their chances. So it's a pretty extreme measure. It's a very extreme measure, but you know, I've run this up my chain. I've also talked with State Patrol, Captain Duran out of Glenwood, and you know, the consensus is at some point maybe extreme measures like this are warranted. I think there's a lot of support, certainly on the State Patrol side and the CDOT side, for something extreme like this.
Patty?
So we could do the first step, the one by difficult campground, with the detector and the signage. And it's my understanding when we were doing the reconfiguration of the gate closure parking area, etc., that we were hoping we'd have some space there for a truck to turn around. Is that still possible, or will that not be accommodated in that neck of woods? It wouldn't be an easy turnaround, wouldn't be quite as fancy as this, but we were hoping that there would be some space so that trucks who got to that position wouldn't have a choice of, I can't turn around, so I got to go over.
I think that the challenge there is it's not a safe way to turn a big truck around. And so while that space would be available, this is certainly a better solution.
Well, I agree with that, but in the interim, or in fact, if we don't get to this point, we have to have some space, because we can't say, by the way, it's too late now, we're going to, you're too long, because we've got to give them some opportunity, which I thought was part of the, that'll be up to Rachel, part of the plan. But so CDOT is willing to try the first step, putting in the technology at difficult, and then we need to try and figure out how or what we're going to do to budget another 250 or something to do this solution if we choose to go in that direction. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that the technology solution is part of it. I think both of these do need to work together pretty well. We've looked at engineering turning templates for the parking lot up at the gate, and trucks, they can't turn around that well there. In fact, I suspect that part of the reason some trucks don't turn around as they head up the passes, they think, well, surely you don't expect me to turn around here. Where's the turnaround? You're telling me to turn around. There's no place to turn around. In fact, we even saw some pictures of trucks that tried to turn around at the gate, didn't make it.
So the problem is, though, is either we make it, we provide some place for them to turn around, even though it would be difficult, rather than give them no option, no opportunity to turn around, and then have them just jam the whole highway up, or kill somebody, or kill themselves. Because we know that blockages up higher on that highway are detrimental not only to the travelers, but to the road itself. And the banks established along that road. So,
yeah, and those are certainly discussions we can have more in depth as we get into budget decision. I would like to see us use some of our general fund balance to bump up the budget that we already have in public works and in road and bridge, and not necessarily have to take other needed safety improvements offline or things like that. But those are the trade-offs we will have to look at. I think that it's really important myself, and I'm not doubting what you're saying at all. I'm just saying that, that's something we have to look at and look at our purse strings.
I agree.
But I hate to, sometimes CDOT money that's not deployed gets taken to other projects that are shovel ready, and the effort to have secured this kind of funding in a tight budget is significant.
Right. One last thing, Steve, real quick. And in this neighborhood where that is a very sensitive neighbor. So, and I don't know what kind of easements we have along there to configure something like that, but that will probably be a very interesting discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Steve?
I was trying to see what is going to happen in reality, and with this, it'll probably be tourists pulling a short trailer who are going to get hung up on the concrete there going up. There might be some trucks that try to turn up there, but I think eventually we're going to have a traffic jam because somebody's going to be hung up right on the part turning back up towards the pass. And it most likely will be a tourist doing it rather than a trucker because they're not professional drivers. Also, it's not going to take, if a trucker really wants to cheat, they know they're over length, they know that they are going to go over the pass. They're going to get in the wrong lane back there, and they're just going to drive straight through on the wrong side of the road. Mm-hmm. And it won't, some of them, it took me 5 minutes to see that, and they'll figure it out, and some are going to cheat no matter if we do this or not. So I think if we could have provisions for, and maybe not at first, but eventually adding a camera at this point, so if the device down the valley says there's an over-length vehicle, then they get up here and take a picture to make sure they actually turn around. And if they don't turn around, if they cheat and somehow get through, we would have a photographic evidence of that.
That's kind of
and we could send them, send them the big bill and educational material and whatever.
And the lawsuits that follow from that.
Sure. Yeah, no doubt there's risk with taking a measure like this. I mean, I think we don't take lightly the idea of sort of snagging the innocent as they go up there. And so I think the idea, as we get serious with the engineering geometrics and such, there has to be a little bit of forgiveness. It can't be designed so tight that 36-footer can't make it through. It's got to be a little bit forgiving to sort of do the best we can, because we don't want to be dinging up trailers and things like that are perfectly legitimate. And this isn't 100%. It's still not 100%. The only thing that's 100% is to have a cop at the gate, 24/7. That's the only thing that's 100%. So.
Thank you. Let me, if we don't have board questions now, we can come back to the board. Let me ask, are there members of the Independence Past Foundation who would care to speak to this issue? Please just come on up, and you'll have to use a microphone in this room. We don't have it mic'd live.
Hi, everybody. Karen Teague, I'm the director of the Independence Past Foundation. And just thank you for being here, and thanks to Brian and Zane and the team for the terrific work they've put into coming up with a solution to a very difficult problem. Earlier this summer, I'm up on the pass 4 or 5 days a week, and I would see at least one oversized vehicle every single day. Every single day. It's gotten better. I think the sign, the very in-your-face sign that Zane and company installed around the difficult curve has helped, and I think some of the press, some of the pictures of jackknifed and overturned trucks has helped. But it's still an issue. As we know, when Glenwood Canyon closed for those 2 days and we had a sheriff up there, thank goodness, we had over 20 trucks up there who just blazed right on by that sign, and some of them were 62-foot trucks. And if they had continued on, it would have been, it's just mayhem. They would have gotten stuck, and who knows how long it would have been closed, or worse. So it's a real problem, and we're really grateful for your attention to the matter and your consideration of putting in significant resources to this. I did just want to address one thing that Patty brought up, which is important. At the Winter Gate, we're just now completing our first phase of the Winter Gate renovation or restoration, and we have left quite as large an area as can be left for truck turnaround. So that still is there and exists. Of course, there wouldn't be any kind of chicane associated with that turnaround, but at least that's a place where trucks can now turn around if with a little difficulty. At least the sight lines aren't bad. But so we have preserved that as an option, and we'll continue to. And just want to check in with a lot of my board is here today, and I want to see if they had. I missed the first few minutes. I'm sorry. I was herding 35 middle school cats up on the pass all day today. So, so I'm a little late getting down. I wanted to see if anyone else had any comments or thoughts on the discussion here.
Well,
thank you guys for coming.
Thanks for coming, and we appreciate the work you do on the pass for all of us and all of our benefit. Please come forward to the microphone if you're going to ask.
I'll just talk here. Where is the area you were talking about, a possible down by difficult, that would be a turnaround spot?
It is just, there would be a turnaround spot?
Yeah.
No, there wouldn't be a turnaround spot near difficult. That would be where we had the truck length detection system. Right.
Not a place before they get on up there to turn around.
No.
They have to get all the way up there before they can turn.
Correct.
There's no possibility?
No,
there's no real land that's necessary.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah. George, you had a...
Can we deputize Karen Teague?
I'm going to give you that ticket book, George.
Yeah.
That sounds dangerous.
Brian or Zane, so what I'm hearing is that CDOT would help facilitate this, but they don't have any money for this, so the budget would come out of our funds?
There's no. It's the technology solution is between $200,000 and $250,000 alone. This physical turnaround is $250,000. It's about $500,000 together. CDOT would fund the technology side, and the county would need to fund the physical.
Okay, and then my other question is this something that would be possible to approach the ELTC with? Could those funds be used for this?
I think it would probably be difficult to relate that as a transit-oriented expenditure, which our EOTC funds are restricted to. So the underpasses and such are connecting bus stops, for example, and facilitating that multimodal transportation. This is more of a safety improvement, really to the state highway that we'd be doing in partnership with CDOT. So I think it'd be a stretch to justify that.
I could stretch it.
But
I could stretch it. You know, without this, you have no transit on Highway 82. It's clearly a transit problem. I mean, for me, it is.
Mm-hmm. And I think the definition of transit might be what we're wrestling with here, you know, versus vehicles being able to cross the roadways and such versus a mass transit kind of function. So that would be a conversation we can have. I just think it'd be a stretch to tap those funds.
This is a no transit problem.
And I think it'd be something for the lawyers to look at the language, and then of course it'd be talking Mass and Aspen into the contribution. If I recall correctly, the ballot language says and other transportation improvements, and I don't think transportation is quite as limited as transit as a term, but we would have to double check that and see. It would be great if we could split in half that and get 125 from them, 125 from us, or something, just to show that it's not entirely. The other alternative, I just want to ask, I think I know the answer, but is it possible to enter into a repayment program with CDOT if we were to upfront the money for the improvements to all be done once and then perhaps receive some reimbursement over the years worked into their program for the safety improvements, which I think is faster is safety. Is it bridge and rockfall? We just went through the various funding pots, and I can't recall exactly but it is clearly a safety improvement.
So all those kinds of funding, like the faster safety money, there's hazard elimination funds, there's some of that kind of stuff. That all needs to be prioritized through the TPR. Mm-hmm. The money that CDOT would bring to this is sort of a special little pot that we have our hands in traffic that's called hotspot funding. And so it's not a lot of money, but it's a funding source that we can, I'm not going to say it's discretionary, but it's easy money to get our hands on to do quick, small projects. And so something that's $250,000 is within the realm of that. If we get up to $500,000, that's pushing the limits of that program. In fact, the $250,000 is already sort of pushing it. So without, I guess it kind of depends, I guess, is the answer. The answer that would get this up there and construction underway with kind of the least amount of work, potentially before the Grand Avenue Bridge closure, which is next
that's
August.
Going to be huge.
That's kind of another thing that we're thinking about, is to use this hotspot money. I think to use some other type of funding source and talk about reimbursements, I think the timelines
gets too confusing.
Would really stretch.
Yeah, I just recall because we were able to get a reimbursement on construction of the roundabout. Now that was quite a while ago, and I can't recall if the Transportation Commission ended up kind of saying no more of those because we just don't want communities with money to be advancing faster and further than other communities. John?
Do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Yeah, you can. No, I got to go after you.
It's kind of the reverse of what Rachel is saying, and Brian, sorry I didn't think of this before just now. But so we're talking about two different improvements. We're talking about a measurement system to let vehicles know they're over 35 feet, which for most professional truck drivers, they probably know that, I'm guessing. But the chicane provides that physical barrier, which makes it really, really difficult for them to say they have not gone around. Has there been any thought to staging these and maybe flipping the investment to the, and I guess you're the engineer, so maybe you tell me if the chicane is probably a more effective device for turning them around versus the measurement. And if we don't do the chicane first and maybe use some of the CDOT funding for that, and then if we do find, gosh, there are a lot of folks who, are going through this that don't know how long their vehicles are, then look at the measurement piece. I don't know if that's a fair question, put you on the spot on.
Well, I think it's a fair question. I think it's more doable than doing the technology improvement without the physical turnaround. I would rather see the physical turnaround without the technology, just from a safety
That's what you're
standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
which
Yeah,
is what
and
you're
that's what I'm
saying.
saying, yeah.
So if we can work with CDOT and Zane has some flexibility with funding, I think it's an option.
And would that be appealing to CDOT, I guess, would be another question.
Yeah, I
Would you-
think it's an option. I think the most effective system is to have both systems.
Mhm.
The idea that you could specifically put drivers on notice that you need to turn around is the best way to go. Give them a mile to think about, okay, I'm going to be fixing to turn around here, rather than just saying, okay, here's your turnaround point. I think obviously the physical solution is probably the more effective of the two if we're only going to do one.
Okay.
So,
Thank you for going first, because my question ties right into that. And I don't know, we just heard about Road X, which is technology. This is a technological solution to traffic management. Is there any way we could tap into some Road X funds to use for the technology part of this?
So we've explored that.
Oh, you're way
initially.
ahead of me.
Yeah, and we looked at about half a dozen different sort of high-tech detection systems. We looked at some things called LiDAR and some things called turtles, which anyway. And really what we decided and concluded was that we're calling it a technology solution, but it's a pretty low-tech solution. What we ended up going with is not something very fancy. It's really not much more sophisticated than the detection loops that you see at a traffic signal. And the reason we kind of backed down to that level of technology is because a lot of it's because of the environment up there. It's a very robust, dependable system that can handle being at that elevation and buried under snow and all that. And so we felt that that was probably the low-tech solution was the better choice up there, which kind of threw us out of the Road X.
It did, because they only do high-tech, they don't do low-tech. Well, some people like me function on a low-tech level.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at too. But the idea of the Road X, it's to prove new concepts. And so this solution that we have is unique, but it's not really proving a new concept. It's not really testing a new technology.
I think we should still try and feel that out with the combination of the turnaround in this and having never really been done before. That kind of bumps us up, and it's a different use of technology to solve a problem. And I think that might be something we should look at with a combination of all. You have to be creative in finding funds in an area that's not really well funded.
Well, believe me, we're exploring all options.
And we will help you with anything you need.
Okay.
Zane.
So, back to John's suggestion, I'm just curious, Karen or Zane, have you noticed, are there other issues besides trucks going up that are beyond 35 foot in length, like an RV, that perhaps is hauling a trailer as well? Has that been an issue at all?
Yes.
And so if that's an issue, then we need to have that as a part of this component.
Yeah, it's not just truck drivers. It's often RVs or large vehicles towing very large trailers.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult terrain for them to...
Yeah. Boots, if you'd like to come in again, come up, and we'll have just about another 20, 25 minutes on this.
I'm Boots Ferguson, and I'm a member of the Independence Pass Foundation Board. And I applaud what you're doing and second what Karen said, but from a funding standpoint, obviously this is going to be in phases over the next several years, and we're going to continue to face the issue from an enforcement perspective in terms of trying to get the word out as much as we're going to use signage. Is there any way that we can take the $1,500 a truck and put that into a fund towards paying for this solution? Because if we find 25 trucks, we've got 10% of the funds locked up.
I think that fines generally go straight to the state patrol.
I'm sure. Oh, the state patrol. Oh.
Yeah, not to the
I thought if they went to CDOT, we had a shot at it.
No, they go pretty much to state patrol.
We're just one. We're under a model traffic code, so if our sheriff does stop, that's going into the general fund, which is where this would be paid out of anyway. So de facto,
well, I was wondering if the sheriff went into the general fund, if there's some way that we can get it allocated towards towards this as a line item on for a future budget. Just a thought to get the people who are violating it to pay for it.
Yeah, I agree. It's worth looking at. The challenge is that often when that truck happens, we end up with overtime in the sheriff's office, getting them back out, and so it's a little one pocket into the next.
I see. I was hoping we'd have a pocket.
No, we don't have an exclusive
Thank
pocket.
you.
But it's still, I love the creative thinking. I think that's really important.
I think we should look at that.
I think we should look at that and whatever we can, but we don't want to become dependent on violators to solve the problem. The other item that I think it's kind of important to bear in mind is as we're passing this legislation for the fines in the first part, there was a lot of questions from legislators about the safety of a turnaround spot on either side, that if you're going to do this, and we made commitments that we would work towards, we already had the winter gate, but we would work towards more, and we would work towards physical improvements to let these drivers know, and that we wouldn't just depend upon signage. And so, there were those sort of reassurances that we had to make in order to get the legislation for the increased fines passed. So I think that that's kind of important to bear in mind, and I'm glad to see a really, what I think, pretty solid solution coming forward. As I said before, it's a steep price, and no one wants it coming out of any of their pockets at some level, because our pockets are got a lot of lint in them. But it's worth. How do you measure one human life? And just seeing the accident that was up there on Sunday with the icy conditions, with regular passenger cars, it's a very dangerous road, and I want to make it as safe for the driving public as we can afford to. Michael?
Brian, on this diagram up here, there's a bunch of red squiggle marks there. Why?
This is a work in progress, and that's the reason we wanted to come to the board, so we could get your input. Originally, that was going to be the design. This radius here was going to be the way to get back onto Highway 82. And in working with CDOT, we decided to make the chicane a little bit more dramatic to resemble what the conditions would be experienced on the pass, and also to get trucks so that they realized they couldn't make this turn and get them to turn around. And while we can't design this specifically to the 35-foot standard, we could come close.
How about retaining that bypass in case a truck gets stuck in the chicane and has to be extracted? That allows traffic. You can open a gate and go through then. I don't know if that's possible, but at least you don't. All you do is create the problem down lower, really. So you really want to keep the pass open too, right?
Yeah.
So if a truck gets trapped there, you want to have a way of bypassing that trapped truck, which I assume takes a large tow vehicle and all kinds of nonsense. So.
I think it's something we can consider, and we'll make sure that a truck won't get stuck here, that they can maneuver around and make this turn. So I think that's an option.
I think Michael is saying that if a truck decides not to turn around and tries to enter back onto Highway 82 and then blocks that.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
Yep. And we'll make sure that they can maneuver here however best they can, and that they won't block traffic.
Right, but it's not a question just of the vehicle itself. It's a question of the driver itself. Now, that driver has already ignored numerous signs, numerous prohibitions. So you're putting your faith in a driver that might not be as capable as you think he is.
I understand.
Okay. John, do you want? I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah. So I think what we're looking for right now is. Our staff's recommendation and our ask of the board is, if you think that we're moving towards a viable solution or a solution that you'd like to see staff design further, and staff's goal would be to try and pursue construction of this before we have the major closures associated with the Grand Avenue Bridge, and any unknown closures that we might have in Glenwood Canyon that we have from time to time that really pushes that overlength traffic over the pass. If the board is supportive of us continuing to pursue a solution along these lines, we will go ahead and build that in for our 2017 budget considerations, and that's what we're looking for at this point.
Correct. And I will add that given that timeline of an August bridge closure,
Oh, yeah.
that's tight.
Need to be quickly.
That's very tight.
So it'd be a 2016 issue, I'm sorry. Yeah. I forget which year I'm living in during budget time.
Well, are you saying construction this fall is a 2016 project or spring of 2017?
I think given the seasonality, I think we're looking at the spring of 2017. But
Okay, that's what I thought.
We would finish design this year.
Okay, that's what you
and hopefully bid it out.
Hey, Patty?
Yeah, I was going to bring up, because we just heard earlier that the bridge closure being August of 2017. I just think that we need to really start with the design. We need to start reaching out to those neighbors who will be impacted by both the technology segment and the construction segment.
Yeah, I agree. So, board, you heard John's summation. Steve is a thumbs up. I'm a thumbs up. Yes, I'd like to continue design work. Yes, I'd like to look for whatever budgeting opportunities we have, or funding or grants, but to find a way to proceed and get this done in a timely fashion. Is that?
Yeah. So it sounds like we're in agreement on that. So Zane, you can capture your dollars on your side and set those aside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And Michael, was that a yes?
Yeah, as long as it's both parts of this one project.
Yeah.
One
I
last
agree.
question, Rachel.
Yeah, please.
Will this do a total traffic count and measure every vehicle that goes over the pass?
There are some of those capabilities, and we're looking at, we've actually had that discussion. We'd like to build the system so that it can do traffic counts, do classification counts, some of those kind of things. Just, as long as we have sensors out there, we might as well capture the data that's available.
Because it might be interesting and maybe useful information for other purposes.
Yeah, and I can't say here today exactly what all that is, but I'd like to capture as much as we can since we got a system out there anyways.
Yeah, I think one of the real key components here, if we've gotten to the point where it's all constructed, is to have good communications with the snowplow drivers, and particularly the ones who clear the pass in the springtime. And it's not their fault, but occasionally we lose a little guardrail, we lose a little something else, and after expending this kind of funding on this, it'd be very important for them to understand where the components are and not to knock out the power source or whatever that is.
Absolutely.
Patty?
And also public safety. We need to make sure we can have emergency response vehicles that can get through any of this in a timely manner.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point there. Are there any other questions or comments on this one? Well, thank you for your time, Zane. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Brian, and GR back there hanging in the back. I know you've had a lot to do with the engineering as well. And thank you again to the Independence Pass Foundation for all your work on the pass. It's actually a joy every summer to kind of see the trees have grown a little more and to see where the recovery work is taking so much effect.
Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our review of future agendas. Calendar?
Yeah, so a few items for the board. October 4th, we'll be adding an update on the Castle Creek Trail. Open Space and Trails staff is going to be leading that off, but we will have representatives from community group. I think the Aspen Country Day School, Music School, who will also be making a request basically to accelerate that Castle Creek Trail project, and that's to follow up on a presentation that was made to both Open Space and Trails boards. So we'll be getting that scheduled. That didn't show up on your future agendas yet. And then before Brian goes, we also need to schedule an EOTC prep meeting, so that will either fall on next week, October 4th, or October 11th. So we'll be getting that on your future agendas also.
Okay.
We've had 2 requests, and this one I think we probably need to get some more information on, but we have a property owner up Castle Creek that approached our community development department, and they've got a piece of property with, and I don't know what the structure is, but it's a significant historical structure, in quotes, that They're looking to bring through our historic preservation process, and they're hoping, I think, before we get too deep into fall and the snow starts flying, to maybe organize a site visit so that the board can see that prior to the request maybe coming in the winter.
And that request would be for one of the kind of pre-meetings that folks can
correct.
have
For
before they really start expending money with ComDev.
That's correct, yes. And so if the board is okay with us starting to organize a site visit to this site, we'll go ahead and get that done for this fall.
Okay.
At some point.
And I'll leave you with that, John, but obviously right now we have Tuesday, October 18th, starting at 1. Okay. And so that might be a day that's possible, unless there's other things that we're going to end up filling that up. Or that might be too late, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. Other?
And then we've had a request, I think the X Games and ESPN have been working on their events and such since they were last in to visit with you. It sounds like they would like to come in and visit with you again. So if you're open to that, and that's on the permitting process for X Games. I do not know the exact request as far as what they want to bring back to you, but I suspect it has to do with some of their scheduling challenges and such right now.
Yeah, it's kind of curious. I've seen them already advertising ticket sales for the X Games shows, and I haven't looked to see what time or what they were promoting.
I haven't seen either.
But I had noticed that they're already advertising early ticket sales.
Good.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be receptive to, John?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. I wouldn't be receptive to a reconsideration, quite frankly. If they have new items they want to address, I can do that. But I'm not real big on, I mean, our message was fairly clear about scheduling. So maybe they've chosen another day or something.
Yeah, if it's something new or different.
Then that would, for me, that would be a new consideration.
So Mike might have some more information on that.
Sorry.
Put you right on the spot.
Right. So ESPN contacted staff yesterday, and they requested that, as John probably said as I was walking in, to have another talk with the board about the scheduling of the Friday concert in the evening. And you'll remember that we limited the time on that when the concert could end. And they've represented to us that they had additional talking points that they would like to talk to the board about. So that's when we contacted administration to see if the board wanted to even try and revisit that. The main issue that they're experiencing, and this is just what they're telling us, is that there is an NBA basketball game that is slotted for a certain time, and there's also an allotted slotted time for ESPN the X Games Big Air competition, and supposedly they can't overlap. That's what I've been told. So that's the reason for the request, and it's up to you if you want to talk to them again.
George?
Yeah, I agree with Michael. I'm not going to change my decision. In fact, right after that decision, we immediately got a letter from a neighbor reinforcing that decision. So,
yeah. Patty?
Yeah, well, I would like to have them come back. I think it's only fair to have them come back and give us new information. And as far as the neighbor, he contacted us last year. He did have concerns about noise. He has a very early rise time to get to work any day of the week pretty much. But he also had really significant issues about trespassing on his property that I brought to the attention of the sheriff last year, which I'll bring back to their attention, parking on his property, walking through his property. And I think those are very, very, very disturbing to this gentleman. But I think if they want to come back and give us new information, it might better support my position, which was to allow them to go to midnight. So I don't have a problem bringing it back.
Okay, Michael was next.
Steve. I said this last time they were here, that we're representative of the community, and they're representative of their own interests, their self-interest. And we as a community have decided on an 11 o'clock curfew for the airport. That was primarily for noise. the noise of airplanes coming in late at night would disturb people. And this is essentially the same issue. It's noise in the community should cease at 11 o'clock. This is noise that's greater than the general noise. And so that's the basis that we made that decision. So I'm comfortable with that decision. And they should ask the NBA to reschedule.
Yeah.
Just real quick. You're right, we do have an 11 o'clock curfew at the airport, but that's an every night event. This is a one-night special event. That's why I think there's a little bit of difference.
Steve.
I'm willing to have them come in and talk to them, but one of the reasons for that would be we could talk about the concerns of the resident there who sent us the letter and educate the X Games people about the concerns of one local resident that they might or might not be aware of, how that's important to us, what the residents there are experiencing in terms of the noise and the security for their properties and all of that.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, I am not interested in revisiting the decision. I think that if they'd like to send us a letter with the talking points and we all can look at them, and then if there's a board majority that wants to revisit it at that time, we could. I hate to tell them to fly up here or be up here or whatever it is to schedule a 15-minute meeting that is likely to end up with the same result, even though it would be educational. So that's kind of my impression of it. I agree with both Michael and George, and you know, part of it is the concerts are an add-on to make X Games more exciting and more fun for the people who've traveled here for it. I appreciate that. I appreciate the event as a total, and I think our community's been very welcoming and extends a lot of extra services in terms of the sheriff's office and everything to make it successful, safe, and so on, enjoyable entertainment. You know, I mentioned that if they wanted a later concert, they should look into downtown Aspen. You know, that you know, go back to transporting people in and out. But you know, this is Ridley property nestled within a residential neighborhood. It's not a commercial area. It's not the downtown where bars are regularly open till 2 o'clock, and special events like that might be reasonable. You know. I realize there's scheduling issues, but they could start both of the concerts earlier in the day, and maybe someone will have to choose between watching this or going to the music, or perhaps some of the X Games won't be broadcast live. It can be broadcast taped. I don't know that affects the outcomes. You know, it's not like a football game where the scores are going across the banner at the bottom and you just spoiled the whole game because you saw the team who won or lost without seeing the game. So, you know, that's kind of a little more of ESPN's challenge than ours, and our interest is the neighbors and the community that way. So no, I'm not interested in seeing it go later than 11 o'clock, because even when they close at 11, that's not the end of all the kind of confusion and noise, and now it's bus loading, and you know, those buses are still a little noisy when you have a lot of them idling and loading in and out and things like that. So I think that what we've said is reasonable.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
That's all I had on future
That's all
agendas.
you had on future agendas? Michael, what do you have on future agendas?
Well, I'm probably not going to be here on the 4th.
Oh,
okay.
But the issue of the Castle Creek, since I'm not going to be here on the 4th, the issue of the Castle Creek, hurrying up the Castle Creek thing, the issue last time, a large part of it was lack of community outreach. And that was a failure of open space and trails. They haven't had that kind of failure since because they've been educated by it. But I would hate to see us forego a robust public outreach in order to complete this trail now. Mm-hmm. So it's just as a warning, I think that they need to realize that the most important thing, in spite of support from Music Associates and Aspen Country Day School, is public outreach, and whatever time that takes is what it takes.
And if I left the impression that we're accelerating past those points, thank you for bringing that up, because it's really about starting that project, including the planning and robust public outreach, because that is, our understanding also that, that planning process and public outreach process is critically important. And so what we're really talking about is the start time for those processes and the project.
I mean, I would say, knowing that there's going to be opposition, because there was opposition last time, knowing that we have an important ballot issue coming up in November, I would push it into next year.
There's different opinions on that, and there's the opinion that maybe it would be good to bring this to the public's attention now, the need to work on this trail and the need to better communicate with the public. And I think that there has been, not all, but some more dying down of the opposition. Rumor has it around town. So I think it would be interesting to start this discussion and invite both sides of this discussion to the table on the 4th.
Yeah, and I think, those are all going to be options. I think the dialogue has started now, and so it may make sense to go ahead and at least have the conversation, and then the board will be in a position to direct staff to either stay our existing course or make a change.
Or further discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me. The other thing I have is we talked about this last week, that we were going to cancel our meeting on Wednesday, October 12th because of Yom Kippur, and now the agenda is actually filled up. So what's going on?
So the October 12th agenda, when we had our future agendas in front of us last time, we did not have all the items on there, George, and so we had already notified, particularly for the Community Cares celebration, we had already sent out the invitations and such, which I found out when I gave the notice that the board had wanted to cancel on that date. And so we can certainly look, if the board would like us to move some of the items. I would suggest that we not move the Community Care, since we've already asked people to make plans to be there. And for us to be more sensitive about that in the future.
It may be that some people won't come because they want to celebrate the holiday.
I mean, it's ironic that it's Community Cares, and part of this canceling of the meeting is because the community cares. So,
well, I mean, we can certainly go through the process of moving items around. We also did not have the land use items on the agenda, which we'd need to renotice. So if the board, I did not feel like I had the right information in front of you, that it would be easy to cancel at that point. If that's the board's desire, we'll go ahead and change that. And
Rachel, have we, from history, done this before, canceled on a regular meeting or a work session on this holiday, Jewish holiday?
Well, we did not last year, and it was unfortunate because there were a few people that really had to attend that was a problem for them.
I don't remember my tenure hearing that, but I just know it's difficult to reschedule the Community Cares reception and awards, or date, time, place, all that. So
yeah,
whether we just meet for Community Cares awards that day, but I don't see a problem in having a regular meeting that day and maybe keeping the agenda light.
Yeah, that raises an interesting question, and I wasn't here to hear the full dialogue last week. We, in advance, at the beginning of the year, move our regular dates to avoid Thanksgiving, and that's not a religious holiday, but particularly Christmas week, and make sure that we don't do it there and people respect their time with their families and ability to travel. I'm glad that this was brought up, and I think that I think we should be accommodating if we can, and I don't know the extent of the problem with the community care issues, whether family have chosen to fly in to watch somebody receive it, or, again, things like that. So I'm very 50-50 on it. So I don't know. And then there would be the renoticing. I don't think that would be impossible, but it may be, or unduly expensive, but it may be hard for the representatives of that to come. It may be hard for them to come to a different date on the land use item. Steve, you had your hand up?
Yeah, well, I was wondering about our statutory requirements for the 2 regular meetings a month.
We're not statutorily required to 2 meetings a month.
Is that a requirement? Because, every other month we have 2.
Yeah,
I think we're only required to have 1 a month. We just choose to have 2, I think is correct.
Okay. Yeah. So we still would meet that requirement even whether we have it or not.
And we were actually going to hold a special regular meeting on Tuesday to move forward the one thing we did have on our agenda, which was the Deer Creek.
Mm-hmm. That we could either potentially move to the 11th under a special meeting.
Right. And I think as far as the Deadwood application, we can, depending upon the outcome tomorrow's meeting, we can do that continuation as part of our regular meeting tomorrow, as far as notification, I would believe.
Okay, so I guess we're canceling the 12th, and we'll figure it out.
Okay. Well, unless we hear that there's some really specific burden on any of the people that are being honored and awarded on the community cares. Staff may or may not know that, but I think that's a question we need to ask.
Yeah. Well, I think it's good, and obviously the concern for that slipped through the cracks at the beginning of the year when we set our agendas and set our meeting days, and we could have moved that then and gone ahead and canceled earlier, but mistakes sometimes happen when you're trying to look 10 months out.
Well, are we taking Election Day off on Tuesday?
We generally do on that October or that November.
That Tuesday in November?
Yeah, Tuesday the 8th, is it? Is usually not a meeting day for us, but our calendars only go through the end of October right now.
Where is November on here? So, John, could you just
so let's bear that in mind, that we usually
Day.
cancel Election Day, and we can have a future discussion about where we are for that Thanksgiving week, that Tuesday. We had fairly thin agenda because of some traveling commissioners that time. I'm planning on traveling and not being available that Tuesday of Thanksgiving week.
I won't be here either.
And Patty won't be here, so that will be a discussion as to whether to go forward with a board meeting or not.
Yeah, I probably won't be here either.
Oh, we won't have a quorum that day.
So
that Tuesday.
no Tuesday Thanksgiving week meeting.
Well, then I can go somewhere.
You can go. You guys could both go somewhere. Just go somewhere.
That will work out just fine.
Even if you're not planning it,
But
just go.
at least we have that one cleared up in advance, John.
Just don't go over the pass in a big vehicle, whatever you do, George.
Yeah, again, it wasn't an issue except for the community cares. Yeah, we're prepared to move.
As I say, there may be some people that they would not be able to come because
Yeah, so I think we should just ask staff if they can find out. Just clarify that.
Okay.
Then I'm comfortable with it,
Anything
George.
else on future agendas? There being none, I think we are scheduled for a break and we'll reconvene. But we're going to be reconvening in a special meeting for executive session. So before we take our break, let's go ahead and actually I need to check back on one other thing. Did anybody else have any open discussion items they didn't get a chance to bring up because we went right into the CDOT presentation?
I just note that after you go into exec, we will be in the meeting room in the northwest corner again.
Okay, thank you. I am going to call together. Can I have a motion to go into special meeting for the purpose of going into executive session for personnel matters, Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-4024F, County Manager Review, and for requests for easements, Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-402-4E. Also, depending on how much time we have to get through these, personnel litigation, housing acquisition, caucus recognition, requests for change in water use under conservation easement, and code violation, all according to Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-402-4B.
Could I add property acquisition to that too, if that's not covered by housing?
I think property would be under the same citation.
It would be under the same citation,
So
yes.
yes, we can add that as property acquisition. And
So moved.
there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much. We are in executive session. We are going to take a break until
2:30.
okay, if we need that much, 2:30. And so thank you, Grassroots, today, and we will see you at tomorrow's meeting at noon.